she? Okay. Just make sure we have everything before we start. Okay. Hello.
Yeah,
Keeping it frosty.
there's a freezing.
Not that I didn't like the longer beard, longer hair. It looks good. Take you a few years to go back to where it was.
All right, I'd like to call this meeting to order. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This meeting of the East Troy School District Board of Education and all other meetings of the board are open to the public in compliance with state statute. Notice of the meeting has been sent to the media and/or has been publicly posted in an attempt to make the citizens of the district aware of the time, place, and agenda of this meeting.
I'll make a motion for approval of the amended agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Minutes.
I'll make a motion for approval of the minutes of the June 16th, 2025 regular board meeting.
Second.
Any discussion or changes? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Public participation. I didn't see the sheet. Let me grab the sheet. All right, we got two. Gene, you're up first. Just pull the switch towards you. There should be a switch on the top. Or not.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the board. I have just a short few comments in regard to your last meeting, things that came up. One of the things that I remember, I think it was Dale mostly talking about housing and getting more houses built here so we have more students for the school. Well, you guys do realize we have this, I think it's 145 unit apartment complex, a couple blocks from the square that's starting. That hopefully will give you some people. And the other thing I would suggest that board members or somebody from the administration go talk to the chairman of the town of East Troy board, Joe Jones, or the chairman of the town of Troy, Jerry Arnson, or Matt Johnson, the village president, somebody that knows them maybe, and see what their plans are, because I think they are planning on growth also. They would like to have some growth to see what they're doing. I don't know if there's anything the school can do to help them, but talk to those people. And you got two people here, Adam and Dale are in the town of East Troy, so you guys could talk to Joe Jones. Second thing was Chris's comments last meeting about a daycare center. He's talked about it before, I think. We'd like to have a daycare center. We don't seem to have any place to have it, or room or whatever. Well, the St. Peter's got a big open area right there now. When they close that school, it would make a really good daycare center. So if you're interested in maybe using that facility, some method you can just go talk to. See, my wife Mary knows all the people there. You can contact Mary through me, or you can see Father Jordan, or contact the office. Not only do they have a nice facility, a lot of rooms, they have a nice cafeteria. That's about all they're using it for now, is a cafeteria. So look into that. I think it'd be a good idea to have some in the area. We could really use some daycare, not just for the teachers in the school system, because there isn't enough daycare around, and affordable daycare would really be nice.
Thank you.
Matthew Markham?
Hello, I'm Matthew Markham. I'm soon to be a junior here at East Troy High School. I usually watch the meetings from home, but I decided to come to this meeting in person so I could share a couple things. First, I want to congratulate the board members, administration, and staff of the district for their commitment to mine and many other young people's education. I wouldn't want to have gone to school anywhere else except in this district. It has truly been and continues to be an extraordinary experience. I also appreciate the steps the district has taken to make these meetings available to the public, such as live streaming to YouTube. However, I have a few things that I would like to share that I believe would make accessibility to these meetings and the district as a whole better. First of all, and I know this has been requested before, but I would, and I'm sure many others would as well, greatly appreciate it if the meetings we go to could not only have agendas, but also packets with information about the different topics. Well, I might only want the packet to look at how the district is going to redesign the middle school parking lot. I'm sure there's people out there that could look at budgets and numbers and give helpful suggestions here before the meeting, which is a great time to share salutations and concerns about specific topics as opposed to just, course change proposal animal science. What's that mean? I don't have any packet information on that. So, but the public understands a bit more what's going on and say, yeah, absolutely, or no way, this sucks. We shouldn't do that. Secondly, the main reason I've come to meet tonight is the district website. So I thought I'd share a couple things. It's kind of funny because I understand it's still under construction. Some kinks need to be worked out, such as listing AP French as a class we offer, which I didn't know he did that, or Mr. Adam Trindle as the high school principal. However, I find the overall design of the website unintuitive and tricky to navigate. And if I'm finding it hard to navigate, just think about the 44.8-year-old person, which is the average age in the school district. How are they going to be able to navigate it? Yes. Now I can't say I like the previous website either. It was nice, but instead I'd like something more similar to like the district website in 2018, 2019, or what the current village website looks like. Attractive yet intuitive. I do like the cool drone shots though on the new website. That's a nice touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, thank you very much. We will move on to the financial report. There is no financial report. And then also one change to the agenda here. I think we're going to move up, if it's okay, letter N, the referendum project status update. We're going to move that up. It was listed as the very last item. So we're going to move. I think if it's okay with you guys, we can move it up so that the PSI folks can present.
Okay.
All right. The floor is yours.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Happy summer. Hope you had a good 4th of July. Reminder, we're Performance Services, your design builder, so we're excited to be here again. It's been a few months since we've seen your smiling faces, and just really excited to be here and share some of these updates with the construction project and still the design and engineering for the next phase as well for the referendum project. So we'll get started. Just a quick summary. If you remember, phase 1 for this summer, we've gotten started on construction on all those improvements basically when school let out for summer. There's a little plus or minus to that, which I'll get into detail, and that was mainly the middle school roofing and site improvement, and then the Prairie View Elementary, basically all the improvements in there. So like I said, we'll get in a little more detail outlining each one here. At Prairie View Elementary, starting with the secure entry work, you can see here a photograph of last week of like kind of the current status of where it's at. In summary, basically, we got the demolition completed. We've done the framing work, the roughing work, and we've even started now the drywall and drywall finishing work. through the month of June, and basically through the month of July we're going to complete all the finishes. So we're starting to coordinate with the painter, acoustical ceilings, and do all the trim work, install the doors and hardware, the interior security window, and anything else to kind of finish the system out through this month. Beginning of August, we'll probably get into punch list with wrapping up some of the final finish work, like dropping ceiling tiles, punch list, and checking out systems from beginning to mid-August about. The next slide kind of shows the rendering, the original rendering, and I tried to take that photo that was there previously, kind of in a similar location, kind of see the similarities there. If you want to, I don't know if you can go backwards, Jason, once, just to show. So just go backwards once. One of the next improvements is replacing all the windows throughout Prairie View Elementary. And as of now, we have, I think, all the windows in and replaced. So we completed all the demolition about a week or two back. We put all the windows in just now. We had just a few left to put in, so they're all in place. Now we're doing the detail work. So there's certain elevations that are already caulked on the exterior, but we're finishing that through and throughout all the windows, as well as interior caulking. We coordinated the painter both to hopefully soon paint the secure entry, but we're going to have them go through on the inside and kind of do touch-ups around the perimeter of all the windows. We've got the window shade company out, and they've field measured the windows to release those window shades. Same thing with the mill worker with the window sills. He's already field measured those and has those in production as well. Because throughout this month we're basically going to be doing that, is just finishing all the detailing, trims, caulking, shades, and window sills, and that'll be kind of the bulk of work remaining for that improvement. I've included quite a few pictures here so you can just see different locations. This is the outside and inside of the library. This is like the inside of a typical classroom window, and then also kind of the inside. You can really see in some of these photos, I think, how modern the building looks with just replacing these windows. And if you've seen it in person, I'm not sure, hopefully that's your take on it, but when I saw it, I was like, this is a really nice improvement. You're getting the energy efficiency, you know, the buildings almost look really brand new on the outside with the new windows. And then take in consideration, we did follow through with all that security film too being installed, so there'll be a security element as well once that's all wrapped up. The next improvement, to summarize, is the roofing replacement. Yep. Can you just go back one slide? Sorry. Basically, the end of this week, and I'll go up there and show you, they'll have like kind of the whole east side of the elementary school roof replaced. Here's some progress photos of that elevation I was just showing that is about done. You can just see the roofing progress. The next improvement is the exterior gym walls, to put metal wall panels on them. With the leaking that occurred, that was the most efficient solution. We went through, I think, in a couple meetings. Basically, they're starting that now. It has to progress behind the roofing progress. So on that east side gym wall where the roof was done, they started air and vapor barrier, the thing we talked about that you put on the outside to make it so the water can't intrude. They started applying that this week, and next week they should actually be putting metal wall panels on that first elevation where the roofing's wrapped up on that side. And then they're gonna just be following the roof as it gets done around the perimeter. They'll follow around the perimeters after the roofing. We did make color selections of that. It's like an almond color. It's really nice, neutral color choice. The chiller replacement, we're basically starting that next week. We've worked with all our trades, done a lot of legwork, and it's going to take us probably about 2 weeks to do the bulk replacement work on that one. So I think we'll have the chiller set like Monday next week or Tuesday, and then we'll be doing the piping, the power, all behind that within a 2-week time frame, and then get the startup completed around the beginning of August for that. We did coordinate with the school a little bit because you guys were doing some gym floor work there to minimize, how much there wasn't cooling in the school versus some of that too. Then we go over to the middle school improvements at the roofing. One of the improvements to discuss is the roofing replacement there as well. And we've started on the, I guess it's the east end, and I'll show you where that is too, how far they've come along. With this crew, we are working to get a bit more manpower. Our other crew at the elementary school ramped up, to have more manpower, and we're working on that as well with this crew to kind of get a bit more production out of them day to day. They are working hard, working late, if you've seen, working Saturdays and Sundays, but working with their home base to get a little bit more manpower to push the production there. Here's some progress photos of those areas, like being bulk completed. Flashings will also follow behind that. And then we have the middle school site improvement. Made a lot of great progress here as well. We've got the site demolition completed right out of the gate. Bulk of the earthwork completed. There's a little bit of work to do related to some soils conditions, which we worked through here that we're trying to get scheduled for next week. We've got the dumpster, site fencing, and gate completed on the back side. Site concrete is in progress. I'll go up to the map and just point a few things out on that. Over the next 2 weeks, they're supposed to get all the site work completed, or at least all the site work that allows us to pave. We've got the paver lined up for that last week in July 28th, to do the paving. He'll do the paving for a few days. Then we'll coordinate behind him the striping and the signage and some of those finished things, bike racks and that, to kind of wrap up the site improvement. Here's some progress photos. South side there, that's the north side bus lane. Any questions on that work first before we get into some progress on phase 2 design?
I'm just curious, what hiccups have we run into? What hasn't gone exactly as we thought?
Yeah, the main ones have been at the with the site work. We had soils conditions, including in the expansion area. Basically, we had to dig down 2 more feet than we thought we had to, but we got that all taken care of with our trade and worked that through right away. Really didn't have a scheduling impact because we had our third-party testing there, our whole team there, and came to those results and resolution right away. That was one of them. Other than that, I don't know, like, there's always stuff, but it's kind of random and minor. I don't know, Jake, is there anything else you can think of? Really? Okay. There has been other things, but they're kind of small. It's tough to just start listing them off, maybe.
Prairie View gym wall is going to plan. I know part of it was like you got to take it apart a little bit and kind of get in there to really like fully know.
Yeah, we did that weather barrier, and then they have to put on subgirds to hold it. They need to do that after the roofing goes in, because the roofing collapses and make that bottom
You're also just managing removing the roof and any damage to a finished product as much as you can. But yeah, all that discovery we completed versus the wall, and that's where we came to the most efficient solution. Was basically just doing that barrier in the metal wall panels. So you make the outside existing wall the barrier to eliminate leaks through the perimeter. Okay, I'll Yep. We'll get into phase 2 now, and that's a little bit update on the design and engineering, not the construction. Design engineering, nothing physical is happening. And our plan is to bid that phase 2 in September, October this fall, and kind of get the design completed this summer, bid it in September, October, and then line it up for mainly next summer.
So then bids will be brought forth to the board in the fall.
Correct. Yep.
So this is the scope of phase 2. You can see area 1 is where the administration offices are going to be moved to, because then it'll be adjacent to what is really the main entry, and we'll have turn that into a secure entry like we are doing at Prairie View. Section 2 is the current science room, and we're taking those 2 classrooms and taking the wall in between those. I'll actually go through that in the plans, and we're making 2 nicer equal-sized science rooms out of that. Number 4 is the current admin area, which we are basically gutting and turning into 2 identical classrooms. Not completely identical, because one's a science room and we'll have water and a sink in there. And then area 3 is the new home for the choir, which we are displacing for the admin area. So this is going to show the new admin suite and the new choir room. We have offices along the north side of the building. We're going to add 2 windows. One window for this office can have natural light, and this is where we have a conference room. And then this is the main area for the reception, and there's a little bit of a secure side lobby here for students and staff to interact with the admin area. This is the secure lobby, secure check-in area here. And we're going to pop a door in from the vestibule, so we have direct access into this secure area for check-in. We have an additional door from the secure area into the conference room, so you can secure this door and allow for after-hours community meetings without having to give them access into the building. So you can segregate them to the conference room if you need to schedule something for community meeting. You have the nurses' office here, and there will be a dedicated restroom for the nurse's office, as well as a staff restroom here for the office staff that can be accessed by other staff members from the board. And then here's the offices, and then we've also been asked through our programming meetings that we had to have a secure rated records room for record storage. So that's the bulk of what's going on for the admin. In the choir room, we're basically we're gonna take out the stack storage that's in there. It's a condensed storage, rolling storage. We'll take that out and have a spot for the instructor here. We're gonna provide instrument storage, and back here where is going to be music storage. So he'll have cabinets and stuff to keep all of his music sheets and all of that stuff. And then there's enough room so we can put some risers in here. We're gonna raise the ceiling up just a little bit to give us a little more headroom. Other things that will go in here, there'll be space for pianos. We wanted to make sure there's piano space for his choir. And then we're gonna have sound dampening panels or acoustical panels on the wall to help deaden the sound and keep it from matriculating outside of that room, as well as some panels that get dropped into the ceiling system that are irregular shapes, so that helps break up the sound as well. We do that in most all of our choir rooms and music rooms that we do. This room is a water room. It had to stay, otherwise we probably could have blown this out and made it something else. But then, as we programmed the room, reusing this as storage, it's currently an office, but it's really used as a storage room. Dedicating it just as storage made the most sense.
Sorry, what room is this replacing? Is this Mr. Schaefer's room
This is the
today?
current.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, this is currently a science room, which you will come over here, and this is the science lab renovation. We're creating two separate but pretty much identical science rooms that gives you more versatility in programming. But we're adding the prep room for the science teachers to use for a secure prep area. And they'll have a refrigerator and dishwasher to wash their beakers and all of their equipment. And we're going to provide peninsula-style lab stations for the students. There'll be four per peninsula around each thing, so it fits 24 students for each classroom. And then going through all of our programming meetings and interactions with the teachers, we're providing, there's flammable storage cabinets to go up in this area, and there's eye wash will be relocated to theirs because right now eye wash is here would be in the way, so we'll relocate that. Brand new sinks, brand new casework for everything. And then the teachers' areas are actually like that here, and we'll have book storage behind them. This is what was the admin, what will be formerly the admin area. Completely gutted. We'll have a dividing wall here, and we're working on the best place for she needs a sink. So we're thinking the best place for the sink will be up in this area because of the direct connection. What I wanted to try to avoid is cutting into the corridor at all, because it's terrazzo, will be difficult to replace and match. So if I stay up here, we can connect to the existing sanitary that comes into that space, because there is restrooms and stuff over on this side.
So that's Tracy Fridley's room? That
Yeah.
becomes Tracy Fridley.
Tracy's room gets a floor with this.
Yeah, I sort of assumed, yeah, it looked like it got a little bigger.
And that's all I have for the phase 2 update. We've like I said, we went through some programming meetings with each one of the stakeholders and the principal and with Jake, and we took all that information and started and developed this stuff. And we're doing our due diligence and sending us back to our estimators to fine tune our budget to make sure that everything should fit in with our remainder of our referendum dollars.
On Prairie View and middle school, they're not only being buzzed in, but to get into the main corridors of the school, they will need to be buzzed in, correct?
Correct. So
And I'm going to be blunt, that is something that we need to, again, address at the high school and Little Prairie.
Yeah,
Because
so
they obviously have to be buzzed into the office.
Yep.
But we need to make sure that they're having, if anybody who's entered to the building, the main corridor, needs to get buzzed into the corridor, not just have access to it.
Right, they call that the second challenge.
Yes,
door.
which I appreciate greatly.
So are you finding the bids matching the budget? Are they over, under, or what's the situation?
Some are over, some are under. It depends on what the trade is and what the temperature of the that trade is at this moment.
For phase one, we kind of had a couple meetings where we went through that in detail. I don't have the paperwork in front of me. I think overall we were under all the improvements so far in phase one.
Yep.
By a pretty decent sum. So, and it's something to take in consideration as we start to do these budgets of phase two, which I think we are a little bit. It's just, what other options can there be maybe if it ends up that way, but there is some, obviously we have to bid it. We have to put, do the first step. Bid phase two this fall once we get the design done, and then go from there.
Dale, a big part, remember, through the referendum was that any positive variance, if we're lucky enough to have some from the estimated amount, we said would be designated toward addressing the transportation department and the bus garage.
Just another question is that all these improvements that you're making, do you have a dollar figure of energy reduction or cost savings that would be available? Like when we did the middle school HVAC system, they gave us, you were going to save so much money, and all these improvements we're doing, you have an idea of what that's going to be?
We are submitting your roofing in for focus on energy rebate, and that gives, I think with that we can kind of get an energy calculation, because for a building just like our bodies, we lose a lot of our heat out our head.
Right.
And so when we're adding 3 inches of insulation on top of the existing insulation of the buildings, which will surpass the current energy code, which currently the buildings don't follow. When they were first implemented, the energy code wasn't. I don't even think it was there.
Probably not.
So
1972, I think is when they.
Yeah, so we are adding thermal value to your new roofs, especially since we're doing pretty much all of the square footage. And the windows will definitely, over at Prairie View, will definitely save you money. Putting a value on that might be a little bit more difficult than the roof, but I can look into it.
But Dale, one of the things Jake will come back with after a year or two of the initiatives, just as we did with the HVAC at the middle school, we now track that, right? We're able to do a comparison to prior and post, so we'll continue to track all the energy efficiencies.
So some of the preliminary estimates on the roofing, so he was talking about that 3 inches of additional insulation. So currently they're performing like at an R value of 8 at the middle school, like a R12 at Prairie View. Though we're looking to exceed probably an R value of 20 to 25. So it's going to be substantial.
Yeah.
What that's going to look like on the electric bill, we'll see over the course of time, but it's substantial. So
The
hopefully
chiller might also be
chiller's going to gain efficiency. The operation of the chilling system of that building is changing, right? So we used to do ice storage, which that's a very long conversation to kind of go into how that works. But the efficiency of the new chiller is going to far exceed the current efficiency of what we have. And it needed to be replaced, so that kind of played into that idea. So.
And then when you get into the high school improvements plan for phase 2, which is a decent amount of mechanical, there'll be direct calculations of how those replacements help.
So there's 14 rooftops coming off of here, so I'm guessing we're going to see kind of that same drastic drop initially that we saw at the middle school, which was, I believe, like a 32% drop in KW usage, which will be huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
I thought some of these were from 1959 or whatever.
The air handlers are. The rooftop units are all about 90s vintage, somewhere in there.
But we are coordinating with Focus on Energy in relation to some of that, to get you any rebates that are there.
Yeah, we have.
For any of these improvements, and with that, we will follow through on, even if it's not Focus on Energy, if it's like direct mechanical, if it gets your rebate, we still can get, with our engineering, what is the projected savings and what goes with that.
And I'll try to get you guys the documents on the information I've received so far from Chris Staub in their office on the FOE return.
So when you get a rebate, how does that go? Does it go with your bid, or it goes back to the budget?
It comes right to us.
Goes right to you guys.
To the school district. Yeah, you guys get a check from Focus on Energy.
Okay. That's good.
With all the investments, we're always hoping, right, for a cost avoidance at least, but from the our past experiences, we've been having cost savings. So
And that's huge, because we all know the cost of energy is.
It's
keeps
going up, and
right?
that's
One,
significant.
hence why we always go into it saying cost avoidance,
Correct.
Yeah.
right? That we're not
100%.
necessarily gonna save on the budget, but we're avoiding future costs.
Yep.
But we actually have been able to have a cost savings.
Yeah, it's important.
Hopefully we can keep doing that.
Yeah, I hear you.
Anything else?
Any questions?
I'm excited about the science classrooms.
Yeah.
That'll be a gigantic improvement alone. Those two agree. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll continue on here with staffing retirements.
I have any.
All right, no staffing retirements. Staffing resignations.
We also have none.
Oh, good, great. Staffing, I know we have some of these. Staffing recommendations.
Good evening. I have 4 recommendations for you, which is exciting. 2 on behalf of Amanda Jones for special education teachers at the middle school. I believe I provided those extra on front of you. You'll see the applicants received were 28, which seems like a lot. We had eventually 5 rounds of interviews for this process, so it did take a while. The team originally started with myself, Amanda Jones, Director of Pupil Services, Catherine Drager, a special education teacher at the middle school, Janelle Murguia, our school psychologist, Jesse Smith, now is our Dean of Students, and Brian Squares, who was our previous Dean of Students. That team fluctuated throughout the interview process depending on who was available, but we did, again, have 5 rounds for these. So it seems like a lot, but the posting was open for about 4 months as more came through. We interviewed more, eventually round with 2 here. So the first one I have is for Jessie Larson, accepted the position on June 17th. Jessie earned her Bachelor of Science from UW-Platteville in Animal Science in 2011. Currently enrolled in UW-Whitewater's Master of Education program for special education, and she currently served as a special education paraprofessional in the district, is also a former transportation driver and trainer in the district. She is described by her references as someone who is always willing to jump in, and has great rapport with students. References also indicate she is dedicated, dependable, and a team player. So someone we know within the district trying to pursue this new career in teaching, and we're excited to help her in that regard. The second special education teacher I have for you, again, same process here. 4 rounds of interviews were held prior to her offer, and this is for Jody Dooley, accepted the position on June 8th. She earned her Bachelor of Arts in Special Education from Western Governors University in 2021. Ms. Dooley has worked as a special education teacher in Palmyra Eagle Area School District for 4 years, and a special education paraprofessional prior to that. References state that Ms. Dooley is extremely devoted, great at building rapport with kids, meets kids where they are at, and makes every classroom better. Additionally, references indicate she is extremely dependable, works well in team, and strong advocate for students' needs. Strong skills in behavior management, and worked in special education from elementary through high school. So we're excited to add those to our special education staff. My next recommendation is for our middle school art teacher. Due to a resignation, we had a total of 8 applicants for this. All 8 were reviewed, and we interviewed 5 of those candidates. 3 accepted, so we did interview 3 for this position. The team was myself, Jesse Smith, our Dean of Students, Cassie Rice, our school counselor, and Joe Arndt, our middle school band director. This position was offered to Chris Watkins, who accepted on July 3rd, so pretty new addition there. He earned his Bachelor in Education from UW-Whitewater in 2011 and had 13 years of art teaching experience in the Waterford Graded School District. Served as a PBIS team leader in Waterford References state he is great at building connections with students while still holding them accountable. And another reference stated that Chris is amazing. He is a celebrity in the school. Also would rank Chris in the upper 10% of employees they have worked with. So really excited to add Chris to the art department and our team at ETMS. Final recommendation is for our middle school building substitute position. This is hot off the press from today. So a total of 5 candidates submitted applications. We interviewed 2 of those candidates, myself and my administrative assistant, Morgan Mashinsky, were part of that team. The offer was eventually given to Nikki Laska, who is currently our head volleyball coach at East Troy High School. So we're excited to add her. Her interview was overwhelmingly positive, has a great attitude, loves working with kids. She does have experience as a building sub at Oconomowoc High School and has worked in the Arrowhead School District as well. So excited to kind of let her passion lead in a number of different classrooms throughout the building. I think that will really help us to have that full-time position. So I'm bringing you those 4 recommendations. Any questions?
Good evening. I have 2 candidates to bring to you. We'll start with high school art. So we had an art position available due to a resignation. There were 11 applicants. We held 4 interviews. On the team was Taylor Baumeister, Mike Hoff, who is our tech ed teacher. Tech ed and art work really closely at the high school because of the Fab Lab. So thankful Mike was part of our team. And then Mr. Judd and myself. We asked the candidates 12 questions related to their knowledge, pedagogy, classroom management, and teaching philosophies, and offered the position to Thomas Willicombe. Thomas comes to us from Kettle Moraine with 13 years of experience. His references stated that he is highly skilled in art and drawing. He knows the standards and the concepts that need to be taught, and he builds connections with high school students and has strong classroom management skills. References said they would reemploy Thomas if they had an available position. So I'm happy to bring Thomas aboard at the high school. The second position I'm bringing to you is on behalf of Amanda Jones. And it's a special education teacher here at the high school. So we had a position available again due to a resignation. We had 6 applicants. We screened 4 of the applications and interviewed 2 candidates. Along with administration was Kristen Beckwith as part of the interviews. She's a special ed teacher within our school. Again, the teachers or the candidates asked interview questions. We completed references, and Shelby Nichols accepted the position. She has her bachelor's degree in sociology from Whitewater, master's degree from Superior in special education. She comes to us from the Palmyra Eagle School District, where she's been at for 8 years and is the special ed teacher there. So she has done a lot. She says, her references said she builds amazing rapport with students and families and staff. She multitasks at the high school, provides services to students. So she's in classrooms, specifically math, has done co-teaching. Is also the case manager, also helps with transition. She does a lot over there. So we are happy that she is going to join our team here at the high school.
Could you just clarify, did Thomas Willicombe, was he at Kettle Moraine last, or was he at Wales Elementary?
Wales Elementary is part of Kettle Moraine District.
Oh, I see. He was at the high school and
At the high school and then at
Okay, okay.
elementary
Thank
and
you.
then to us, but both within Kettle Moraine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that all the recommendations? Okay, all right. I counted 6. All right, so I'll move the approval of the recommendations for Jesse Larson for special education at the middle school, Jody Dooley for special education at the middle school, Chris Watkins for art at the middle school, Nikki Laska as a building substitute at the middle school, as well as Thomas Willicombe for art at the high school, and Shelby Nichols for special education at the high school.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Overnight field trip requests.
This is in your packet from Mr. Holly. It's their annual Devil's Lake FFA officer retreat. So they have done this for multiple years. He has his emergency medical plan, as well as the letter that is sent to the students and their families of when they are invited to attend the officer retreat. They have their conduct rules all included as part of their packet. They are taking 9 students and 2 employees, and then 1 additional chaperone. So 3 chaperones and 9 students.
Move the approval of the FFA officer retreat overnight field trip.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Course change proposal, animal science.
Hello. So this is a little bit out of cycle. So you'll note that we're bringing a course change proposal and then also following that with an update to the high school course planning guide. Every once in a while, a change occurs that we need to update out of our typical cycle. So this is an update so that we can better reflect the needs of these courses going forward, including next year. So this would be in effect starting this fall. So the course change is in your packet, but is blank. So I'm going to pass it to you this way. So my apologies for that. Apparently when I sent the PDF, it just didn't include any of the words. So apologies for that, but you're getting a copy now. So essentially there are 2 key changes for this particular course change proposal. The first is a name change. So we're looking to change the course from animal science to animal systems. Along with that change, we are looking to no longer offer this class for science credit. Currently, students can take this class and earn agriculture and science credit, use it to fulfill their science graduation requirements. However, we're looking to change that and list it only as an agriculture course. The reason for that is as we have added additional programming at the middle school, we've identified new needs, we've identified areas that we feel like we should be digging deeper into the agriculture standards and making sure that our agriculture teachers are able to focus explicitly on agriculture. And so we're looking to change this course to really allow that deep dive into the agriculture standards alone and not including the science standards. We did look at kind of a course audit of students who are signed up to take this class for next year. And some of the things that we looked for were, are they using this as their graduation requirement? Like, will this be a problem for those students? Because obviously with an out of cycle change, we don't want to impact any students negatively. And no students who were signed up to take this class were using it to fulfill that 3rd science credit. They already had their 3rd science credit. They were taking it as an additional elective because they were interested in the topic. So it will remain with our agriculture teachers teaching it as it has in the past. It matches their licensure. And again, it will allow us to just dig a little bit deeper into the specific agriculture standards aligned with this pathway. Any questions about this course change proposal? My apologies that you're just reading it now.
Is it worth looking at one more class grade down to ensure nobody's in a weird spot with their science requirements?
So
do you see what I mean?
Yes, I know exactly what you're saying. The reality is freshmen take biology their freshman year or accelerated biology, and then sophomores take chemistry, accelerated chemistry, some take physical science. Those are all required. It's like we require them to take a biology and a physical science, which includes chemistry. And so they take that freshman and sophomore year. When they get into the availability to take this, they have a multitude of options. in the course planning guide, you'll be able to see science actually has the most electives of any of our core areas. So it really isn't a need for a science credit.
The approval of changing the course animal science to animal systems and moving it from science/agriculture to just agriculture.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Sorry, one more question. It's marked that it's offered for the year. Can you?
So our teachers often mark that when it's offered any trimester. So it's not a year-long class. It is a trimester-long class, but it could be offered try 1, try 2, or try 3.
So we should really update the form,
Update the
right?
form.
Yeah, okay.
Good catch.
Well, I was just confused.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to catch anything. I was just, I'm sure.
All right, any other discussion, questions? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
So then I also have the course planning guide update that obviously includes this change. There is one additional change that I apologize was not included, which is a language change to Law Day. So this is on page 5 of the course planning guide, but you don't have that page in your packet. So I didn't want to print you 90 pages again, so I tried to condense it and I missed a page. So again, sorry about that. On here in the past, we've marked our music Law Day classes, which are our Camerata Choir and our Symphonic Band, as junior and senior level with previous coursework. And that's created some confusion for families and students because the reality is to be in Camerata Choir or Symphonic Band, you have to have previous music coursework. If you're in either of those, you've taken concert band, you've taken concert choir. And so we've just clarified the language. So it just says junior and senior year only. So sophomores in Camerata and Symphonic Band do not earn Law Day credit. That's not a change. It's always been that way. Juniors and seniors in Camerata and Symphonic Band earn Law Day credit for every trimester they take those courses. Those are the only changes to the course planning guide.
I'll move the approval of the course planning guide updates as outlined.
Second.
Any discussion?
Sorry, I'm being
go ahead.
really real slow. So what we got is just reflecting the,
animal systems change.
okay.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Sorry to be so slow on that.
That's all right. Seclusion restrain report per board policy 411.1.
Amanda put these, Ms. Jones, our Director of People Services, put these into your packet. Amanda couldn't be here tonight, so we do need to have a motion to approve of both of these, at least being shared with the board. She will be happy at the next board meeting. It'll be on the agenda for her to go through them in detail with the information. The only points I'd like to point out is, if people are wondering what they even are, we're required by law for on both to report out to the board each summer. And the seclusion and restraint report, as she pointed out, 2019 Wisconsin Act 118 went into effect in 2020, which expanded upon the prior rules and regulations that have been set forth under the 2011 Act and applies to both special education and regular education students. The legislation applies to school staff, including independent contractors and their employees, student teachers, and law enforcement officers working in the school, which would be obviously the SRO. Under the 2019 Wisconsin 118 Act, several changes to the prior legislation were enacted. These changes include the specific prohibition of prone restraints, extending the notice and reporting requirements to include law enforcement officers, and revising the required training components to include the assessment of trained individuals to identify prohibited techniques. Additionally, Act 118 requires that a meeting after each incident of seclusion, or restraint be conducted with the staff involved and requires that an IEP team meeting be conducted within 10 school days of the second time seclusion or restraint is used on a student with a disability within the same school year. While reporting requirements to the governing body itself from the schools remain present, Act 118 added a requirement for each governing body to submit an annual report to DPI also by December 1st. So obviously, if you recall, we do a lot of nonviolent crisis intervention training with our, not only our support staff, but with all of our staff, but primarily support staff. But our administrations also had it, and that comes from obviously this act. So again, Amanda will go through the data. We do look at the data from not only number of incidences as demonstrated, but the total number of students involved in each incident of seclusion and restraint. So I'll have her go through that in detail at the next board meeting, along with then the bullying harassment complaint. And as she pointed out, beginning in 17-18, we started utilizing Safe Schools for our online reporting. And in 22-23, we made the change from Safe Schools to SUSO, which is, I should know the acronym of that, Speak Up, Speak Out, which was really encouraged by the Department of Justice. Due to the fact so many school districts now throughout the state are utilizing it, and it's monitored by the Department of Justice. So it was kind of a no-brainer for us to go to that in 22-23, which we've used a lot of. One of the things Amanda points out in here, which is a really big thing that we always have to work through, and that is the definition and difference between conflict, bullying, and harassment, right? Because there's a lot of conflict that occurs, but oftentimes the conflict doesn't rise to the level of harassment or bullying. So we have to always decipher that and look at that and look at our definitions within our policy in regards to that, and then what are the actions that are truly being done. Again, she reports out from each school, Little Prairie, Prairie View, middle school, high school, the number of incidences and the number of pupils that are involved in any one of those categories, from hazing to harassment to bullying to conflict that involves safety or anything else, so all the way to discrimination. So again, she will be happy to go through those from a standpoint of major disciplinaries and minors and everything else at the next board meeting. And I'd say if you have any really specific question, even prior to the board meeting, I would email her so she can answer it at the board meeting.
I move the approval of the seclusion restraint report.
Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
I also move the approval of the bullying harassment report.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. Annual declaration and parent notice of the district's student academic standards pursuant to section 120.1213 and section 118.30(1)(G)(A) of the state statutes.
Yeah, so this is an annual declaration also that the board needs to make a motion and approve of. It's just per the 2015 Wisconsin Act 55, it requires us now to make sure that parents are aware that we do have student academic standards and that where they are and what they're required. So basically Wisconsin Statute 118 required back in 1998, as I put in the memo to all of you, it required school districts to adopt pupil academic standards in math, science, reading, writing, geography, and history. And that said, we've always continued to utilize those and adopt those with any revisions per DPI. We've always have adopted and made those. And so now we continue to obviously utilize the Wisconsin academic standards to this day. But I think it's really important, as I put in the memo, right, that people need to remember that Wisconsin academic standards, yes, they help us with college and career readiness and everything else, but the standards are not our curriculum, right? So a lot of people always say, so your curriculum is the standards. We're like, no, the standards are what we need to make sure we're meeting and providing to our students. But then as a local school district, we choose our curriculum. So we choose what the learning targets are to do those, and we choose the resources to supplement and support those. So I think it's really important that people understand the difference of that. And then finally, for people that are curious and wanting to know in detail information, I always encourage them to visit the website, and I know the website's under construction right now, but I do believe most of it's up. I'd have to look at it again. It's been a couple weeks for me to look at the new one, but the units of study for all of the learning and the learning targets are available on the website. So any parent of any child in any grade and any discipline within our complete school district can go on the website and look at that discipline and see what those learning targets are for what their child should hopefully be learning throughout the entire year. So I encourage people to do that, to have a better understanding, and it can lead to some really good dialogue and conversation with your own child about when you ask them that famous question of what'd you do today, and you get the answer of nothing, or didn't learn, or nothing went on. You can actually, have a little more specific conversation about that. So I encourage people to really take a look at it. Don't let it just be work that's on a website but not being utilized.
So I will move to approve the annual declaration and parent notice of the district's student academic standards.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. All right. Approval of policy 551, leaves.
So this is the approval for the policy that we've brought forward, Amy and I, regarding a few changes. So this starts on page 23 in your packet, specifically looking at the accumulation being raised to 80 days for full-time staff, 40 days for part-time staff. That sick leave for contracted teaching staff would have to be utilized in half-day or full-day increments. To increase the accumulation payout to $50 a day from $35. To add in that teachers who retire after 15 years of service would receive their unused sick leave at a rate of $50 per day into a health reimbursement account. As well as employees having the ability to carry over a maximum of 5 unused vacation days into the following anniversary year, and any days in excess of that 5 days would be forfeited at the end of each anniversary year.
I will move the approval of policy 551, leaves, detailed as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? The motion carries. Middle school improvement presentation, part 1.
Justin, can I have the clicker? All right, so myself and Amy and Adam are going to present part 1 of a 3-part presentation, really updating on the action planning and work that has been done at the middle school. We'll talk through several different things. This really comes after Dale brought up a question from the community that he was brought to him about what's going on at the middle school and what are we doing to really make improvements there. So we really want to paint a clear picture. So starting on page 26 of your packet, you have kind of a written report that we're going to kind of walk through these 3 presentations. So there's a lot of information there, but we're going to go through all of that in 3 successive presentations. So I want to start with the purpose. Really, the intent here is to provide a really comprehensive update on all of the work that has been done to really make needed improvements at the middle school. We're using state report card data to identify the need for improvement and the areas in need of improvement, and then use other data along with that to really shape those efforts. And so we want to paint a really big, clear picture of all the work that's been done. But as you can imagine, it's a lot. And so we're splitting up the presentation presentation into 3 chunks so we don't talk at you for a very long time and maybe lose some attention. So this first part is really going to be context. So we're really going to try and paint the big picture of what's been happening in the context of education, in the context of the district, in the context of the middle school, so that when we on August 11th start talking about the changes that have been targeted at school culture, you understand like where that's placed in the grand context of how the world has evolved and education has evolved. And then on August 25th, we'll be digging into academics, and both of those will be bringing a lot of data to demonstrate what the changes have been and how they have affected both the school culture and then obviously the academics at the middle school. So again, today's really the context. And then before I pass it over to Amy and Adam, I just wanted to touch quickly on the history of the state report card. So this graph represents state report card scores as long as they're publicly available. As you can see, we have kind of a rebound here in the 22-23, 23-24, and we're looking to really reverse some of those scores that we can see prior to that. But I want to emphasize a couple of things. One, we see a rebound, which is great. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for that growth upwards. And 2, that it's not going to happen overnight, that it's going to take some steady incline to really get to where we want to be. And so as we talk about the improvements and the work that has been done at the middle school, I really want to frame, like, first, the success of that work because we're starting to see a rebound, and 2, the fact that it's going to take continued work and continued time, but that's something that everyone at the middle school is very dedicated to doing. So I'm going to pass this over to Amy.
I have a question on that. Can you go back to that other one real quick? That just I see was real, looks like it was real high in 2011, 2012, and 2013, 14. Do you know why it was high and what happened between there and now? What do you think?
Yep, so things have changed. Cut scores were changed, and when cut scores were changed, we took all schools really took a drastic dip. So that contributes to it. There's been a variety of things that have happened over this time. The test has changed, so the assessment changes. I think it's important to also recognize the standards that are tested every year also change. And we have also throughout this time changed cut scores of the Wisconsin Forward, cut scores of the report card. The assessment has changed in and of itself. And then there was a time that you'll see a lapse in the report card due to the fact that state assessment was on hold because of COVID. So there is not like one thing I can tell you. There are a number of things that have changed over the years that has led to this dip and then us going back up.
So is this kind of what all schools are experiencing?
Yeah, a number of schools from that start, yes, had experienced a dip simply because the NAEP or the cut scores for national, Wisconsin changed them, and that caused a big dip statewide.
So you'll notice in the report that's in your packet, we're starting in 2019, 2020. And the reason for that is because the previous year's report card, 2018, 2019, is the first time that the middle school received a score of meets few expectations. And so that's why we're intentionally starting there. Not that work wasn't done prior to that, but we're just intentionally starting at that spot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so as Taylor said, we're going to start in 1920, and I'm going to take the lead because Adam was not with us at that point in time. And this is an interesting year because we experienced a historical event with the pandemic. But prior to that, I want to talk about the work that was done in the district. So you will notice that moving into that year, so in preparation for the 1920 school year, we had a change in staffing of 3.5 FTEs at the middle school. That included English language arts, special education, and business. The reason I'm going to identify where those changes are is you're going to notice patterns in our core curriculum content teachers and changes that have occurred over the years. So there was 3.5 FTE changes. We had a budget of $6,000 for professional learning. That year, we spent the majority of that on a district-wide training that focused on close reading, which is reading skills. And so reading and rereading text to analyze details, to focus on structure, to focus on meaning. The whole point of that was we had seen a decrease in literacy skills throughout the district, and we knew we needed to focus on reading in all content areas, not just reading in reading class. So the majority or most of our money went to that. You'll notice we spent $64,000 on textbooks. That was to purchase updated social studies resources at the high school. So it was American history, human geography, and AP US history. And then we also talk about the referendum because that does impact things, including our budget, and also it has impacted staff turnover at some points, as we heard in some of the resignations that occurred as a result of some failed referendums. So we had a referendum that year that failed. The main thing about that year was COVID. So if you remember, in March of 2020, the pandemic hit. And just a little walk down memory lane for how this affected our students and our staff. So schools were closed for in-person learning beginning March 16th through the end of the school year. To prepare for virtual instruction, because if you remember, that happened like over a weekend. On a Friday, we were told we were going to have to close, and then boom, we were going to have to move into virtual instruction. So to prepare for that, classes were canceled from March 16th to the 20th. So we took 1 week off to allow our staff time to make that switch. Virtual learning began on March 23rd, 2020. Throughout that time, we had an increase in concerns being expressed by students with their emotional well-being, experiencing loneliness, isolation, things like that. So in an effort to address that and ensure support for all stakeholders, virtual learning schedule was modified during that time to designate Wednesdays as a planning day for instruction for educators. Also, it allowed students some access to pupil services. Students participated in live instruction then 4 days a week from April 2nd through June 5th. Okay, moving on.
Ask a
Yes.
clarifying question.
Mm-hmm.
When it says staffing change of 3.5 certified staff, is that actually staffing reduction of 3.5?
Nope, it was just changes. It was
Okay.
It was transition. Like people left and we hired new.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So then we hire some interventionists too on this.
Not yet, but coming up.
Okay.
Yep. So then we move on to the 2021 school year. So as we were preparing for the 2021 school year, there was a change in 9 certified staff. Those were in the areas of math, ELA, special education, robotics, and we had in that 9, we had an addition, Dale, like you remembered, of reading intervention at that time. You will see that we had a budget of $5,500 in our professional learning. Sorry, I'm trying to read this correctly because this one is super small. And $17,600 in textbooks. That textbook was AP Psych, so it was at the high school as well. You may ask, why did we only spend $17,000 in textbooks? I can tell you this, our focus was not on curriculum resources during the 2021 school year. That directly relates to COVID. So we were out of school till June 5th of 2020. Then we had the summer. And to address the pandemic, our district did return to in-person instruction in the fall. However, we had to offer a virtual option. So students who opted for virtual instruction participated in synchronous instruction with their classmates who were in the classroom. This meant that our educators were creating lessons to meet the needs of both in-person and virtual learners at the same time. Also during that time, we were focused on things like contact tracing, keeping our seating up to date so we knew who was in the vicinity of 6 feet. If you remember, we had the plexiglass, we had all of that. That was our experience at that time. And I think, you know, it's important to remember this because this had a direct impact on our staff and students. So student and staff attendance were continually affected during that school year by the pandemic. During that time, anyone that was diagnosed or suspected to have COVID were required to isolate for 10 days. So we would have students and staff out for 10 days. Students could access virtually if they were able to. And also, we spent all of our time, I mean, the principals can attest to this, that close contact, so the contact tracing. And then also during that time, if you were identified as a close contact, you were required to quarantine for 14 days. So to ensure safety, we were not focused on the textbooks and the resources. We were focused on mitigation and contact tracing. Okay, there was a referendum that year as well. I'm so sorry. That, and I have specifics about it. There were 2 referendum questions that year. There was a capital bond question and there was an operational question. Neither of those questions were approved by voters. Okay, so let's move to 21-22. And as we prepared for that year, we had staffing changes of 11 certified staff at the middle school. This is where you'll see that 4.5 of the positions at middle schools were not replaced. The areas of content that were affected were world language, special education, ELA, mathematics, and we had a change in our school counselor at that time. Our district budget, we had professional learning budget of $4,500 and we had a textbook allocation of $93,400. That money went to an update at the high school for science textbooks. Okay, also during that time, we were still in person. We had virtual learning, but that was being provided. So we were still doing the live streaming. However, during that year, that was provided as an option for students who were quarantined or those who had a long-term or chronic health condition. This is also the year that we brought in our partnership with RVA, or Rural Virtual Academy, and that was offered as a virtual option to all students. We were also getting information from our students regarding their well-being and identified several mental health needs during that time. And this was something that came from the return to school. We noticed a lot of this. So pupil service staff were providing small group and individual support to address topics including stress and anxiety, depression, mindfulness, and social skills. This is also when we began to offer school-based services through the child and family therapeutic systems. And we were having to go back to what it felt like for a student to be in person all the time and how that impacted them. And so as a result of that, we really worked on classroom connection activities that had to be implemented 2 to 3 times each week. And a focus on soft skill instruction was implemented. This included things like motivation, problem solving, perseverance, remaining emotionally connected while socially distant, and respecting personal decisions, because at that time there was a lot of different approaches and beliefs around the pandemic, and we were dealing with conflict and respecting each other's decisions, boundaries, and space. At that time, you will notice we had, let's see, our curriculum was, professional learning was at 4,500. Yep, I said that. And 93 was all of the science. Any questions on that one? Okay. Then we move into 22, 23.
23 is when I come in to play here. I remember getting hired. I remember being told your first week you got a number of interviews, right? Like we're trying to hire. There we go. That helps. Trying to hire a lot of new staff. You can see 18 changes at the middle school that year, including myself. But there was I think almost every area was impacted in some way. So that was a big change. So even they talk about trainings and they talk about the professional development. A lot of that had to be redone or at least modified a little bit to catch those new hires up to speed. Yeah, go for it.
Content areas that were affected included band, art, business education, and this is all specific to the middle school. I just want you to be sure of that. Band, art, business education, ELA, choir, physical education, reading intervention, science, mathematics, social studies, robotics, and math intervention.
You're right.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that was all due to the fact of most of those, we can go back, we read every one of them. Mm-hmm. Most of those letters of resignations were due to the fact of leaving because of the operational referendums not passing.
So that obviously had a big impact on our staff as a whole. And these past 3 years have been essentially training new staff, building the culture. Obviously, we'll get into culture more in the next coming presentations, but that definitely had a huge impact on just the learning that's going on and reestablishing norms in the school and all those types of things that come with a brand new staff almost. One new change, you'll see implementing the cell phone ban. I came from a high school that implemented a cell phone ban, and I saw a lot of things positive in terms of the building culture and the learning that took place in classrooms. So I knew coming in this is something I wanted to do, and I think it really had a huge impact. Obviously, I wasn't there the year before, but after talking with staff coming in, it seemed like it was overrun with cell phone usage, and not just in classrooms, but videos being taken all over the place, and social media being spread during the day. It was just something that we knew we had to kind of crack down on, and I think it's, bless you, done a great job of at least changing that. And I think the first year was a battle, right? Like a lot of cell phones were taken. We tracked all that. We had policies, and the second time parents were called and they had to pick up the phone. We have very little of that now. It's just almost a norm that the phones are not out. Are there some floating out in the wild? Probably that, being hidden, sure, but they don't bring them out. They're not in classrooms. You don't see them. So I think that's been a big shift in, we took away that power struggle. Teachers aren't going back and forth with students over phones anymore. It's just been a positive addition to the overall building culture.
Can you just briefly go over the cell phone ban policy? Kind of tell me what that is real quickly.
Yeah, I mean, essentially students are not allowed to have their cell phones during the school day. They can bring them into the building, they put them in their locker, lock them up, and they are not to be on them throughout the entirety of the school day.
Including lunch hour?
Including lunch hour, yep.
Okay, so what's the discipline if they get caught with one? What is the consequences for that?
Yep, so first offense is basically a warning, and again, we don't see a lot of this anymore, but that first year there were a lot of warnings issued because it was a new experience for kids, and they still wanted to have them out. Second one, again, was a parent had to come pick up the phone, and it would remain in the office for the remainder of the day. When it got to 3+, then we tried to have good communication with the family of, hey, maybe they don't bring their phone to school anymore. We had families that really worked with us well in that. If they can't handle it in their locker, maybe you just don't bring it, period, and a lot of families obliged to that. I would say by the second or third time, most students corrected their behavior and didn't use it anymore.
So this is kind of it's an accepted procedure and you're not having any difficulty with it?
No, I would say this is the norm. Like I said, do students still try? Sure. I mean, they're addicted to these things. So to break that addiction for 8 hours is hard for them. But I would say there's less and less of it that we're at least seeing during instructional time and that kind of thing.
Okay.
That's right.
I also want to add that we did not do a resource adoption that year. We were holding off due to an upcoming referendum and the impact on budget.
On the clicker. So 23-24 school year, you can see fewer changes, only 6.5 changes at the middle school. Do you have those lists as well?
That's the year we hired the dean of students. So that was a split role prior, but we hired a full-time dean of students that year. We also had changes in ELA, mathematics, science, and special education.
So again, some of that retraining, less, which is good to see. I think kind of a pattern you'll see in that area is we have less turnover. The next year we'll see even fewer, and this year we have, I think, 4 at this point. So the number is dropping, and that allows us to have that consistency of working with the same team, being on the page, especially in our co-taught classrooms. We've had a high turnover rate in some of our special education positions, some ELA and math, but that makes it very hard to have a close-knit team that's working well.
We spent $126,000 on textbooks that year. That was an adoption of K-8 social studies.
Right. And then a couple building changes we did align to the high school bell schedule that year. We found that our current schedule, we had a kind of a crazy flex lunch hour that was all over the place, that we changed into the high school bell schedule to align for that shared staff that we have, made it a little bit easier for that. So that was a switch in terms of the overall school day. And then, like Amy talked about, the dean of students position, we knew that a lot of that split role with the counselor and dean, it was Cassie Rice at the time, a lot of her time was really in the dean role and not so much the counseling role. So that split helped us to increase our pupil services availability for that time, because mental health needs are growing exponentially. And obviously we're not the only district that is dealing with that, but it helps us to support those students by having a designated school counselor at that time. And then, as you'll see, as we get more into the culture and the discipline data, you'll see a significant drop in office referrals. And I think having a designated dean of students that helps with school culture and student culture has really helped to apply some accountability for students and also support for students. Correct. Yep. Right. Yeah, I think that's a huge point. It did open some of my time to be in classrooms where I really should spend the majority of my time. So that was a big change for that. The 24-25 school year, only 4 changes. You have that too.
Do have that. So we had 2 additions, one for agriculture and one for Spanish. If you remember, that was in response to some issues with scheduling. Those had been shared positions with the high school, and we were having some trouble with scheduling at the middle school. So we did address a hire of agriculture Spanish. We also had a new band teacher at that time and school psychologist. I also, just while I have the floor, you will notice that our professional learning and curriculum, that increased a few years prior to this. The reason why we went to $50,000 was twofold. One, it was in direct response to the school report card. When it had dipped, we needed additional training, but also it was in response to the high numbers in turnover we were seeing at the middle school. So we were consistently, as I've been outlining, we had core content teachers that were turning over again and again and again. And we needed to have them trained in the content that they were teaching, not only with the standards, but also with the resource that had been selected. So there was time, we needed to increase that budget to allow time for individual training, but also time for departments and teams to begin working on the standards and assessments and things like that. So that had increased tremendously. Also, textbooks, we had an adoption of $144,000. That was a K-12 ELA adoption.
And then for this past school year, obviously the biggest change the summer before, the painting, the vinyl, the doors, just the aesthetic look of the middle school got a big facelift. And I think I can't tell you how many people that made comments to me, or you saw them walk in and like, wow, this looks really nice. Students were impressed. I think it gave a sense of pride for the building. I know a lot of teachers that I talk to, like, this is nice, right? Like, they enjoy coming to work. Your surroundings have a lot to do with how you feel, I think. So by making the environment nicer and really showing that we are putting some resources, in that case, a lot of resources into the middle school, it allowed people to feel like, right, they're trying, right? They're making it look good. We do have pride in our building, and I think that really reflected those first few showings. Even when some high schoolers would come over for their state walks that hadn't seen it yet, they're like, holy cow, this looks nice. So just getting that feeling back in the school. Obviously, we're working on the culture and the behavior, and now we get the look of it. The work in the next year and two over there is going to be fantastic as well. Not only just instructional spaces, but hopefully just an overall better feel for that building. So that was the biggest change for last year. And then just highlighting really the low amount of turnover. Right? I think that's a trend that we have seen in the last couple of years, and that consistency of working with the same staff in those core areas and other areas that allow us to build some momentum. And I think we're heading in a good direction in that we're not restarting every couple of years.
So do you have all the resources that you need and everything that you feel you need?
It's a loaded question. No, but I mean, yes, in a point that we have a lot of good things in place. I think the last couple of years we've put a priority on the middle school, which is fantastic. I think the staff is appreciative of that. I feel like they are getting the resources they need. We encourage professional learning, right? So staff reaches out and, hey, I want to do this conference or this whatever it is for learning. Like, we encourage that. And I think for the most part, yeah, could we all use more resources? Absolutely. But I think we've put a lot into it in the last couple of years, so hopefully that will get us some momentum going in the right direction.
I only bring this up because moving forward, it's kind of like an Achilles heel on the district. Every district probably has the same problem. Mm-hmm. When we looking forward for probably the next capital referendum, being able to show that we are working on it, making progress on it, is going to be critical for this district. So it was brought up to me when I had a meet and greet with some parents, and so that's why I brought it up to this point. So I think we're all on the same page that we need to move forward with this and improve it. And like you said, it's not going to happen overnight, but if we could get it going in the other direction, I think we have a good point to point out with that. We are doing our jobs.
And I agree. I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad no one here is disputed at all. I think this, hopefully for all the board, but also the community, right? That it's not excuse making. This is context of history. This is a story, right?
It's a
There's a story. Stories are important, right?
Gotta
To
tell your
understand,
story,
to
yeah.
understand the story,
Absolutely.
they're important, right?
Yes.
And so I think what they've done tonight in that context is provided the story a little bit, right? And then obviously upcoming in the culture discussion and sharing of it, and then the academics will also be more of the story and seeing what went well
Yeah.
based upon some of the things that we're seeing as part of the story, and what contributed to maybe things not going so well, right? And I think in the end, I would believe by August 25th, after the academia part is done, you're going to recognize themes, right? You're going to recognize themes through that story. And I think it's really important that on those themes for us to recognize what we need to continue to keep doing
Right.
for the achievement that we want, right? The culture we want, the programming we want. But I also think it'll be important for us to recognize what we've got to make sure we don't go back to.
Right. I like the idea that you broke it down into 3 categories of context, culture, and then the final result, of course, is the score. But they're all important, of course. Context is basically the budget and what you have to do. And the culture is, like you said, cell phones and so on and so forth, changing that culture, and then the final result. So it's-
Interrelated, right?
Yeah,
Very
We're all,
interrelated.
we're all tied together.
Yeah, you don't get a final outcome without all these pieces.
Right.
So.
And it's amazing how everything is just like a web together.
Yeah.
Well, and I just want to return to this, right? It's our early bellwether that we're moving in the right direction, right? It's only 2 years worth of data that we can really look at of the turn, but we're moving in the right direction. And I think you'll see through our next 2 presentations, the other data that we are relying on to say, like, we have turned that culture piece and we are working towards continuing to move the academics
this is
forward.
something that the community can support. That's what we're looking for. Something the community can support.
So we'll be back on August 11th to talk about school culture.
One thing I'm not sure what I'm asking exactly, but like the part that I struggle with, obviously we've looked for the last few years and trends are going in a better direction. Like some of the data tells us some of the changes we've made, additional staff we've added is all good. But the part that like I can't bat down is the fact that we're kind of chasing moving targets. And I don't know what response I'm expecting to that, but not only does the test change and the standards change and how they score it changes, but every kid walking through the door is different. And so I guess like it's not really even a question as much as it's a like I just want to encourage every parent and every person working with kids at home or in childcare or wherever you're working with the kiddos, like we need everybody's help. This is not I mean, having new math teachers and new English teachers and just teachers in general that are new year after year after year is really hard for kids to get their bearings and get their feet underneath them, and also make sure that needs are being identified and being met. Like that's a really slippery thing to try to grab onto, but I don't know, I feel like I say this every time, but we just we need parents really caring about this too, because we can do all the right things and we really don't have a ton of control over what these numbers look like at the end of the day. So I'm sorry to end it on sort of a defeating comment, but like that's just how I feel about it. Like there's a lot we can do and we should do and is our responsibility to do, and also I don't really know how we fully solve to that. It's like a math problem that doesn't actually ever add up, really.
And I think you'll see in the next 2 presentations, like our staff has taken really intentional steps to continue partnering with parents, continuing that conversation about why this is important, why the cell phone ban matters, why attendance matters. We'll talk a little bit about this in a future one, but we had 98% attendance of students on forward testing day this year. We're very proud of that because that's our parents and our students saying oh, this matters. I have to be there for this because this is a really important day. And so those are the kind of cultural shifts and academic shifts that we're looking to make so that we can keep moving forward. It's not going to happen overnight that our report card score changes because it's just one metric of a million things. But all of those little things changing and improving and moving is going to move that score.
I agree, all hands on deck on this, especially in the middle school. I mean, it's a tough time.
I mean, even the younger
parents are so
ages
important
like
in
that
a situation like this.
I mean, I hate to say it, but it's like, if they're not already performing where the test wants them to be by the middle school, not that it's too late, but the numbers aren't gonna look good at that point. Like, they have to be where they need to be. And again, not because we're not working on it and not all of those things. Is part of the upcoming content any sort of update on the testing areas at the middle school that we're looking to build?
Yeah,
Or
we
if
can
not,
certainly
can it
include
be?
that. You all approved the addition of the testing center coordinator. So we're in the hiring process for that now, but we can certainly include an update about
Just a-
where that will
even
be. Yep.
any-
How many how many total certified staff are at the middle school? I guess an average of the last
Say,
few years covered here.
I want to say under 40, 35-ish, maybe.
Okay. Because I counted, I just kept track, and
Yeah.
from what was presented here, there were a total of 52 on the turnover. So it's like a school, almost a school and a half.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
you're
we
starting over.
Obviously, we
Since
have
18,
some.
19?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, we have some core veterans that have been there a while, but a lot of new staff in the last 5 years, even.
That stood out. I knew it was a lot, but I didn't realize it was more than the whole entire school's worth of
Yeah.
people and then some. So that stood out to me.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Well, in one of those years, I don't even recall, was it 22, 23, we had as a district
75 or something?
staff,
It's 3/4.
counting teachers, administrators, and supervisors that left our district.
Thank you very much for that. Look forward to those additional components coming up in the next month or so. All right, next up, presentation of district school strategic priorities as it relates to 2024-2025 KPIs.
Thanks. I was actually talking soft for once in my life. So each one of us is going to kind of report out on this. I just want to make sure that everyone understands a little bit, and that is the timeline of our strategic priorities, right? And not a lot of time on it, but my point is, remember in the fall, as building levels, district level, we work on developing the strategic priority goals, and then working on what will be our key performance indicators to represent, the measurement of those goals. And that gets reported out to you guys in October, November for that year. Then sometime during the course of the year, whether it be February or March, we try to provide a quick update in regards to the monitoring of that. But it's usually a pretty quick update because a lot of the assessment tools aren't in place yet to determine whether or not how we're making progress on the goals or lack thereof. And then we now come to obviously July, and we report out on the strategic priorities. So we're not going to spend a lot of time tonight, if any, just so everyone understands, on the actions to the priorities. That's not what tonight's about in July. Tonight is about how are we doing on the what. So we just report out on some key data points. And then we would like to have you guys, if you have a question on any of those key data points or information, obviously you can discuss now, or you could just email us, or we could come back at another board meeting to discuss it in more detail for any of you. So you can always reach out to me or any other person reporting out tonight. So it just gives you an idea. So don't think of it as going into a lot of detail about where we're going to go or where we've been from a standpoint of the what. It's more on the how. With that being said, we'll get started here. Really quick, we just always like to point out, right, we have district goals. And they are ongoing fluid goals that are in everything we do, every part that we do. I would even say if you look at our staffing survey responses, it's quite high of the number of staff percentage-wise that say they not only know our goals, but they understand our goals. We really have authentically made an effort in the last, I would say, 5+ years to not only have goals be present, but to really be living by them. And so if you look at those things, you'll see why we have our 4 strategic priorities, because they're about supporting these 6 district goals. Clearly. So, and if you think about the things that we're reporting out on, I mean, obviously look at that. You're seeing something about adapting facilities for our current and future educational needs. You're seeing the words fiscal responsibility, empowering students, right, with a personalized learning environment. You're seeing the first goal be about academic achievement, which is the year plus of learning growth for each child. You're looking at programming and how it's progressing and changing in an era of globalization. So all those things are really, really important due to the fact I can tell you, I could put my hand on anything, I could raise under oath and tell you that we don't have many discussions in our district that don't go back to how's it supporting the district goals, or how is it not supporting the district goals. And if one is making an argument for something and they can't show this relation, it usually gets thrown out pretty quick at our discussions. With that being said, these are our 4 strategic priorities, as everybody knows too, and I'm proud to say that our staff survey demonstrates that too. We focus strongly on learner empowerment, healthy organizational culture, family and community communication and engagement, and then continue to act as a good steward of district resources. That number 4 will go into more detail later, but acting as a good steward of district resources to support basically the first 3 strategic priorities is the goal. We're not just trying to be fiscally responsible. We're trying to be fiscally responsible by making sure we're providing a good educational environment. And honestly, the latter is more important. Providing the good educational environment and then trying to be fiscally responsible doing it, right? But we're not going to harm, hopefully, the education by being overly fiscally responsible. So there's a balance, right, to all of that.
I look at fiscal responsibility as being like energy savings. It's money that, if you can save it and use it correctly, it's money that can be used.
You get to reinvest
towards
it.
Your reinvestment towards your first
Absolutely,
3 goals.
Dale. Absolutely.
So that's
You know,
why
if you
I always harped on energy conservation, save money.
Yeah, if you want to look at Robert Peter to pay Paul a little bit, right, but in a good way, by doing all the energy efficiency savings we've done, right, hopefully, and we've said some of them have been cost savings, not cost avoidance. If you look at Amy's budget and Taylor's budget on professional development and on the textbook curriculum or whatever other additional resources, there's a reason why we've been able to increase that in the past years, right? I mean, yes, a lot of times it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. By every time they come in and I give them the approval to increase it, we obviously might have to find it elsewhere in the budget. But where has been the elsewhere in past years? It's been, if you want to look at it, one area could be on the energy efficiencies. So what we're saving on Jake's budget, we might be able to utilize into their budget.
Absolutely. And
So
being able to adapt to the changing environment.
100%.
Just the technology that's coming, the robotics, those type of individual things, and being on top of that, I think, is critical and a critical part of running this district.
100%. Yeah, couldn't agree more. So we'll focus on the first one tonight. Will be learner empowerment, which is really the overall, how's that one support our motto of being committed to the growth and success of each student each year, right? So that's where that first one comes from. And when I think of learner empowerment, I want people to recognize, like, these are not just the things that we're focusing on, which we put as priorities. There's some of the priorities, we could choose a million different priorities, right? We look at it from a holistic point of view, especially at a district lens, and then the building level administrators get to look at it at their building level about where that focus should be. But a lot of the things that we're doing from actions are, we're really trying to increase a growth mindset, not only amongst our students, but our staff. And when I say staff, that's me, right? Like, we're trying to, I need to have a growth mindset the entire time I'm leading here. That is crucial, right? And to have a growth mindset means we look at our self-reflection practices, we look at our assessment practices, we look at how we're doing feedback, right? And if you want to get into it, feedback given is never as good as feedback gathered. It's never as powerful. So, but that has to, those are kind of learned things, and you have to have PD on it. So we're really trying to focus on those things, not only with our students, but with each other. And that includes us, all of us right here.
You have to kind of, my opinion is, you have to kind of look into the future.
Sure, visionary, right?
Got to be a visionary, look in the future, and start preparing for it.
So really quick on our part, I just want to go through, because I know there's so much to do and everything. But by fall of 2025, we had stated that each building, based on our 4 priority areas of the state report card, will increase the overall score from 23-24, thus increasing our overall district report card. Now, that is not yet known, due to the fact we don't have the state report card yet. So that's what we'll be reporting out on as soon as we get it, but most likely it'll be in the fall to everybody. But that was our core priority. We could go into what we've done, but again, that's not tonight's presentation on how we're trying to do that. And I will reiterate what these two ladies and Adam just said in the middle school, and that is the actions are not actions that you just go to. So what'd you do last year, right? It might have been a priority for us this coming year, but actions are about what we've done and sustained for a while. The other priorities that we focused on at a district level that I think have been looked at building levels, and we want to continue to keep these as focal points, the voice and choice. And so you'll see that we have the 24 data, and we have what our student survey outcomes were for this past year. Now that is more obviously qualitative data, not quantitative, right? As we're doing surveys with our students. So this is per the student surveys. The homework being purposeful, being satisfied with learning experiences. That was via a family survey back in 24. We will do another family survey. We're trying to figure out when the appropriate time is because we have done quite a few surveys lately due to the fact of the operational and the capital and everything else. And I explained that at one of the previous board meetings, right, that we do want to keep it in check and not have people just be like another survey and start not utilizing it and using it and giving us good feedback. So we're just trying to be really purposeful about when we do the next survey. But you'll see from our last survey in 24 how high those markings were in regards to the learning experiences that we're providing and in regards to how many people like our focus on the 6 C's. Creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, content, and curiosity. They like it that we're trying to support and promote those 6 C's within the learning environments. I will tell you, I go on and on about the importance of voice and choice. This is not, I've said it before, this is not a East Troy or a Chris Hibner thing or the East Troy Board of Education. Voice and choice is heavily researched, and I could show you all the research on supporting that immediately in regards to why voice is so important for our students to have in their learning. And it goes all the way to adult learning. It's very, very important from a standpoint of promoting and encouraging and supporting self-confidence, self-discipline, self-ownership, self-assessment, self-reflection. And I'm going to tell you the biggest one is self-worth. Self-worth has the highest percentage of increase when you truly have authentic voice being done for learning purposes. And I would tell you in a time like we're in now, I think self-worth is really, really important for all of us to have. So that's the reason why we focus so strongly on that. But anyways, those are the data points. I won't go through, everyone can read them. Some have gone up, some are the same, some have gone down. But I'm the first one to acknowledge, I'd love to see us continue to make bigger strides in these areas, which I think we're gonna have to have serious discussion about how we're gonna do that.
Hello. All right. So next up is learner empowerment specific to Little Prairie. Each of us are going to talk as related to learner empowerment about our school learning objectives, which is the goal that we set each year, that we focus on as a whole staff. I feel a bit like a broken record whenever we report out on this because we're in the business of teaching kids how to read at Little Prairie, and so our SLO is always about literacy. So I feel like I nearly share the same thing with you every time we talk about this, but we always set a goal around students' early literacy skills. We do it in a developmentally appropriate way, so it's a little different at each grade level in terms of what the area of focus is, but we focus specifically on a certain skill set that aids in students' ability to read. So, I apologize if I'm standing right in your way. So our goal is that 80% of students would reach the goal that we set in 4K. It's specific to phonological awareness and then kind of shifts over time to letter sound knowledge, to decoding in 1st and 2nd grade. And so you can see in 4K, in 5K, some really nice results, exceeded our goal in 4K, nearly met our goal in 5K. In 1st and 2nd grade, those percentages are not where we would have liked them to be. That was really a consideration. You have heard Amy and Taylor talk quite a bit about the literacy materials audit that went on this year. and the decisions that were made through that about materials for next school year. And so some of our struggles, and this is just one specific data point as related to first and second grade literacy, but we have kind of seen a pattern over time in relation to these skills and where student skills are landing. And so that was a consideration as we worked through that materials audit and talked about kind of what could we do differently that might give us a different result. So this is where we sit now, but looking forward to some changes that are on the horizon that may aid in some of an increase in some of these numbers, especially at first and second grade.
Prairie View. Click, click. All right, there we go. Okay, so just to give a little bit of background knowledge on this again as well too. So, and this is a bit to your point, Dale, about how we are all intertwined. So all of our individuals within each of our buildings, the teachers, all create school SLOs, like student learning objectives. And then the school creates a much larger one that's directly typically tied to what the teachers are doing. And so, to your point earlier, we're all rowing in the same direction. We're all working together on reading and math, and especially within this strategic priority here. So I think it speaks well to that. The second thing that I was thinking about with Anna here, you talked a little bit about the middle school and how the tests and it's sometimes really kind of moving targets. This is a little bit different. The data that we are using here is our NWA or our MAP assessments, which have been stable for many, many, many years. There have been some norm changes over time. However, the test is really pretty stable. I mean, I think we've got data going back 15, 20 years, maybe, right? So we're able to study cohorts and their development over time. So what this represents is our school-wide goal here, and really we came up with, okay, we can grow a 5 percentile gain, which statistically is actually pretty nice growth. What I'd like to focus on first is where we went with math. So I don't know if you can see Steve behind me, but in third grade, there was a 26 percentile gain. In fourth grade, a 33rd percentile gain. In fifth grade, a 9 percentile gain. Like, that is very rare accomplishments. And so at the end of the school year, I have individual conversations with all the teachers, especially if they're on a summative year. And I'm like, tell me your story. What's going on? And they really contribute a lot of this to not only the training, but also the quality of the curriculum. All right. Then when we look at our reading scores, I mean, our reading scores still are falling at the 50th percentile. So about like average in comparison to the nation. But we don't think we should be at the 50th percentile. We're always constantly trying to move above that. I think that, again, based off the conversations that we had in the building, and now also the work through Taylor and Amy as we look at our language arts curriculum, we know that there's changes that we need to make. Like, we've seen kind of this flatlining as it relates to our ELA program, and so a great new curriculum has been approved and will be adopted in the fall. So I'm really excited to see, and the teachers are really excited to see, like, the growth that we would hope will come with that. Okay.
One of the things that Mark just said really quick too is based on that, right? He was talking about the curriculum and the professional development, and then Taylor and Amy and everything. You know, based upon even what they presented in the context of the middle school, remember the context of the district, and that is that when we provide it to have a second director of teaching and learning, right? And we at first we didn't even have it divided, right? We had it basically in a support role. And then in the last year now, plus, so 2 years, now we've had Taylor go into the 6-12 director of teaching and learning, and Amy in the pre-K 5. I think those things allow, again, I think the principals would speak to that, a huge resource and support from a standpoint of us focusing on these practices.
Long time no see. For the middle school art, learner empowerment side looks a little bit different. You see a lot of assessment data for the other ones. We focused a little bit more on relationship and community building for our excuse me, building-wide SLO. We took that from the student exit survey data. That's showing they were a lack of connections with staff in the building. You know, the second one, I knew my teachers cared about me, was kind of our circled question that we wanted to raise this year. We started with a couple book studies that focused on building relationships and community in the classroom. And then the second half of the year, we kind of moved into some other practices that would hopefully build on that. So this is a start, and obviously we're not going to go away from building relationships. We saw some growth in the I knew my teachers cared about me category, which is great because that really was a focus, and we talked about staff turnover. I think that's part of it too. We just don't know a lot of the faces in the building. Maybe you haven't had their class yet, or maybe you had one bad experience. So really focus on how we interact with students, and then obviously how students interact with staff, some accountability pieces, but really focusing on how to improve those relationships. Because we know if the relationships are better in the classroom between staff and students, more learning is going to occur. That's Significant 72 is one of the books we read, and there's a lot of research behind that statement if you're interested in that. But relationships do build a lot on how well students learn in that classroom. So when we come back to in the fall in terms of action plan, SLO will probably look different. We'll continue to build relationships, but then the next step is looking at, is that work in relationships actually moving the needle academically, right? So we're going to see what data points, whether it's MAP scores or classroom assessments, are those relationships helping move what learning is being done in the classroom? So these are kind of the results for this year, and then we'll build upon that.
So at the high school, our data, and this is our building-wide data, so I call that our SLO data, because we start in August. So last August when the teachers came back, we did a data dig on our previous year's ACT data. This year was a little bit different. We also focused on pre-ACT. That's the first time that our building-wide SLO focused on pre-ACT data as well. We usually just focused on that 11th grade ACT. At the high school, we use our composite scores. So for us, that's all 4 sections of the ACT that compile the composite score. So throughout the year, all of our PD aligns to our building-wide SLO goal. So in the fall, we started with a rigor was our focus this year. So we started with a walkthrough tool. So really the first, I'd say, third of the year, when we would go into classrooms, we had this look for document that we use to identify best practice strategies, rigor, and give teachers feedback in a different way this year, aligned to my PPG, which was written feedback on a form, really kind of that low stakes feedback to try to encourage some of that risk taking that can be different when you're really focusing on some new strategies. We also had our school leadership team focus on a best practice document. Teachers vetted that within our school leadership team, and we would bring that back during our PD times every month to really make sure that our instructional practices supported the rigor that we wanted to see. So it's exciting. Can I move this back a little bit? Is that okay? I don't stand right in your way. Thank you. You'll see our 2023-24 data, and then our 24-25 data. Again, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. The goal was for the 9th grade score this year to go up from 1 point from last year. So we weren't quite there, but we did increase. Students, and you guys feel free to chime in, during resource lessons, they looked at their previous year's data. Do you remember that in the fall? And they created goals, personal goals, each student did, based on their own data that they checked 2 additional times throughout the year, and then took a end of year survey with how their results were and gave us feedback on our process here at the high school. So it was really pretty focused this year, which was exciting and very, in my opinion, student involved as well. So 10th grade, this is phenomenal. So if you see, my opinion, my humble opinion, 10th graders really did a phenomenal job. Last year, their overall growth was 0.2. And this year, 10th grade, different cohort, not same kids, same grade, different group of kids, grew 1.4 percentage points. So that is amazing, that growth. So we are going to dig in August, like why did the sophomores grow so much last year? Theory is that the rigor in those classes increased this year, leading to an increase in the 10th grade scores. Additionally, that same group that saw the 0.2 growth in 10th grade, then this year grew 2.5 points for a composite of 19.8 on the ACT. So really some great growth. And typically you could see the previous year, and that really holds true for if you looked 5 years down the line, that would have held true as well. We do see a lot of growth in that 11th grade year. To be honest, their 11th grade ACT score might be a little more meaningful for them than the pre-ACT, but did a lot of back work this year on why your pre-ACT matters, trying to get, kind of that buy-in and that why for the younger groups as well. So then you'll see on the next slide. So if you look at, talk about attainment versus growth. So that ACT data we just talked about is an attainment score. How did they do in comparison to the nation, the kids in the nation? That's what we look at. Here's their growth score. So the number of students that met their predicted ACT score, and the number of students that exceeded their predicted ACT score, and then the students who did not score at that level. So if you could see, there's 83% of students in general that met or exceeded their score. So if you look at averages, 50 to 60% of students meeting a predicted score, an average score, is decent. If you get up over 80%, you can look it up for yourself, but like NWEA and things say that's pretty phenomenal growth. So proud of our students, so proud of our teachers for all of the work that they put in. Methodized, so we had students that, we have ACT prep that try to help and prepare students for these tests, starts in January. Then we had a group, if they completed 90% or more of their methodized, their ACT prep course online, their growth went to 89% of students that met or exceeded their predicted score, and only 11% of students that did 90% of more did not meet their predicted growth score. And then we had a targeted group, and 100% of the kids in that targeted ACT prep course cohort that did that with fidelity met their growth score. So really able to take some data back of what worked, what didn't work. Keep in mind that percent of students who scored lower than their predicted score, please don't think of those as the kids that struggle in school. Sometimes those are the kids that are predicted to get in that high range, the 34 to 36 ACT, like your upper end kids that get a 33, so 36 is perfect on the ACT. So I just caution, let's not think that those are kids that are struggling. Sometimes those are the upper end kids that don't get a perfect score on the ACT. So.
Is the ACT voluntary, or is this all students take it?
Let me talk about it.
Yep.
So the ACT is our state assessment at 11th grade. So it is required. Students and families can opt out of taking the ACT, but it is required for them to take. Same with the pre-ACT in 9th and 10th grade.
So really high level of participation.
Yeah, I think we were in 98% participation.
And that'll be on the state report card as well. I think last year we were at like 94% total. So that'll be also reported out on the state report card. Good question.
Second one we move to then is the healthy organizational culture, which obviously our focus for our model on that one is a great place to learn, a great place to work. If we talk about dictated by the upcoming goals.
All of 2025, the district will identify salary options to maintain and attract high-quality staff and improve upon past staff survey responses. This isn't just because we're grabbing it out of the air and saying, oh, to be a great place to want to work at, it's got to be all about salary. We recognize there's a lot of reasons why, and we try to point those out. But we also have recognized our staff surveys for the last few years has represented, whether accurate or a perception, but definitely a perception at least, and that is that it's a lower percentage, as you can see, 46% acknowledging that they think their pay is fair for the work they do, and 45% this past year. Obviously, I don't have a comparable, so to look at it from a state and go, well, everybody throughout the state thinks 46% or 45%. We don't know. But that's one of the things that we're working on, that we're saying is we are working diligently this summer and fall. Amy and Kirsten, along with the salary subcommittee, and Taylor, my apologies, and they are working diligently with the salary subcommittee on looking at comparables, gathering data, and meeting certain objectives that we've already gone through. And then hopefully by October is our goal of bringing it back to the full board with the salary subcommittee being able to report out on options that need to be determined and decided. It may result in nothing being able to be done, not because we don't promote it and support it, but maybe we can't afford it. Or it may be a balancing approach. Who knows? But that is the work that's being done. That's a lot of work to be done. And in a short timeline, to be quite honest, but work that we feel we have to have done by this October due to the fact of other components that need to be decided on in regards to overall structural needs. But that's one of the areas there. And then by May of 2025, on staff surveys, the district will maintain or increase the percentage of staff who agree that they have the resources needed to effectively carry out responsibilities. We feel this is a really important one. Due to the fact, right, we not only need to make sure our staff understands and knows our district goals and our vision for our district, because everybody's got to help be in line to carry it out, right? We have to be all speaking about the same why, to be honest. But after that, we recognize, right, like you can't just talk about the why and not provide the support and the resources. And so the support's really important, or else you have a bunch of people who will have anxiety, right? I know I feel that way if I'm being asked to accomplish something, but I'm not really given the supports. I've got a lot of anxiety because you're asking me to accomplish something that's kind of almost maybe impossible to do without possibly the right supports in place. And the same thing comes with resources, right? If we don't provide the right resources, and that goes for all of our staff, and I'm including all of us in our teaching staff and support staff when I say this, if we don't provide the right resources, we'll just have frustration, right? We're giving goals and objectives and outcomes, and yet one could say, yeah, but I don't have the right resources to do that. So it's a really good thing for us to keep focused on. I'm proud to say right now our staff, 85% last year said they do, and 87% say they do this year. We still need to make sure we're accomplishing that, right? And we need to make sure if there's one subgroup that is in the 60%, and bringing that down, that's the subgroup we got to focus on then, right? So I don't know, but we have looked at it now in detail. So I'm just saying, like, if support staff were to be lower than that average, then we need to really talk to our support staff and go, what are the resources you need? Like, why are you not at an 85, 87%? And we need to help them. And I'm just throwing out support staff as an example. But we have the data segregated now to subgroups to be able to really identify and look at it. And then by May of 2025 on student surveys, because we don't believe just the healthy culture, organizational culture is about our staff, right? It's about our students, and hopefully in the end, it's always about the students being at the center of everything. But by May of 2025, we want to make sure that our student surveys at each building, that we have lower percentage of students who report the distracting behaviors are interfering with their learning. It is one that I think bothers all of us to a degree. And that is that, you know, we have our students telling us pretty strongly that there are distracting behaviors that are interfering with their learning. Now, one of the things that I've said this last year, and I say it again this year, and we can find out now this year, and that is when students are reporting that distracting behaviors are interfering with them, is it, you know, what are the behaviors for one, but two, how many students are we talking about? and which students, to be quite frank. Because that's really important, right? Somebody could be reporting out, let's use Prairie View. 57% of the students on the student survey reported that at one time or another there was distracting behavior interfering with their learning. But when they're doing that, I don't know how else to say this politely, are 57% of those kids thinking about 10 same kids, almost, when they're reporting it, that it's the same students that are distracting. It's not 57% of the student body is distracting the kids. They're saying at one time there was a distracting behavior. So we need to narrow in on that more and look at it from what are the behaviors and how many students are we talking about? And then what do we need to do to help address and support those students so they're also not having behaviors that are interfering with other students. But something we definitely need to continue to work on, right? Every time there's distracting behaviors, it's also interfering with the teacher teaching. So we want to support our staff also in their classroom environment. So something we definitely need to keep working on. And again, these data points will be talked about at our administrative team levels and at their building levels with their staff towards determining what do we need to do next.
Speaking of student behavior, in terms of student behavior, certainly I've talked at quite length with you all about some of the challenges that we've had, continue to have at Little Prairie regarding student needs. But on a positive note, as Dr. Hibner was just talking about, we tend to be talking about a small number of kids when we're talking about some of those challenges. So this year, 90% of Little Prairie students did not have a documented office discipline referral. So that's certainly to be celebrated. Not to say that we still don't work through some challenges, right? And truthfully, some of our greatest needs really aren't reflected in our office discipline data at all. Some of our kiddos who get pretty extensive support on the daily through special education services, a lot of times their behavior struggles don't show up in discipline data because it's a more specific need that's addressed a little differently. But some things to celebrate there. And then back to the staff survey, like Dr. Hibner was referring to as well. I think I have shared with you in the past, we have had some really positive survey results. So our goal has really been to try to kind of maintain some of that when we've had 100% speaking positively about a certain thing. It's hard to go up from there, right? But one thing to note too, and I made this note at the bottom, is we did change the way we disaggregated the data a little bit. So I just want to caution you in making a comparison from last year, where all of these items we were at 100% of staff responses being strongly agree, to this year, the group that we're talking about might look a little different. So the way that we disaggregated building data last year was these numbers really reflected just teachers. Folks like interventionists, pupil services, special education, support staff, they were all kind of pulled out and viewed across the district, but weren't grouped in to our building numbers when we pulled that. So this year, when you see the staff survey outcome percentages, that does include all of those groups. So there's probably a greater number of staff included in the percentages that I listed here for you this year than last year, which would then make sense to me that they are a little bit lower than all of those 100% from last year, because we're talking about more people in different roles and positions. But generally speaking, I would say those are pretty positive numbers that we feel pretty good about.
Okay, here at Prairie View, I was going to echo something that Ms. Keene had shared too, is when we start talking about our healthy organizational culture, this is conversations that take place in August at the beginning of the year. We review the data, we take a look at how did we do, like our own little report card for ourselves, and then we make commitments already in August about, okay, what are we going to focus on? So the first priority is everybody seeming to work towards the same goal, making difference in the lives of students. To me, that's a little bit more adult focused, right? How are we as adults behaving and working together? And again, this represents a really nice outcome. Like 100% of our staff agreed with that, or strongly agreed. The priority also as well too, working in an atmosphere in which there is a mutual respect among staff. Again, a nice growth area from 71% to 87%. Finally, this last one is the student survey. I get nervous before tests. Like a high percentage of students, almost 50% of our students, endorse that as a concern. Truthfully, I kind of get it. We test them a lot. They take this spring survey in May, just after the forward exam test. If you're a fourth grader, you're taking 10 tests on the forward. Then we give you about 2 weeks off, and then we circle back to the MAP tests in reading and math. And then there's I-STEEP testing, which is additional math testing. So there's a lot of testing that does occur. And so I don't know, there's probably a fatigue factor in there, but this is something that we're always super sensitive to about how students feel as they're walking into these tests. Cassie Rice, or elementary counselors, actually work with students, go into classes and give them strategies as well too about how to optimally perform. Like, yes, this is information that's important, but we also know that you just want to do your best on it, right? And there's no penalties for poor performance. So it speaks to our healthy culture.
All right, for the middle school, obviously our next presentation next month will focus on culture, so I can go through this fairly quickly and highlight more details next month. But the first one in terms of office disciplinary referrals are majors. We had a really huge decrease in major referrals. If you look at the numbers here, 86% of students received 0 major referrals last year, 96% received 0 to 1 last year, and then this year 93% of our students received no major office referrals, 95% received 0 to 1. Out of those majors, kind of a little breakdown for you, 23 students received a major referral out of 313, so pretty small percentage. 16 of those 23 only received 1, so really you're talking 7 students that received multiple major referrals this year. So pretty low in terms of overall discipline. And again, next month when we talk about trends, you'll see some of these trends, and this is definitely trending in a good direction in terms of students that are being disciplined at that level, because typically a lot of majors are associated with out-of-school suspensions or in-school suspensions, and obviously they're not learning if they're out of school. So that's not our goal, is to remove students from the building, and I'd say look at our overall suspension rate. We can bring up next month too, but that has dropped significantly too over the last couple of years. And then last thing, just looking at clubs, athletics, activities while in school, and staying pretty consistent from last year, 80% this year. And that's something we're trying to improve on too, add more clubs, add more opportunities, just have an after-school footprint at the middle school, so it's not just bell to bell, and kind of build on that culture overall.
And healthy culture at the high school. 3 main priorities here. So we talked about the student participation, extracurricular activities. Last year we were at 76%. This year we're roughly at 80%. We also focus on the most days I like school from the school perception survey. This year the outcome was 5.85. Last year was 6.08. The year prior 5.43. And then the third one is about behavior referrals. This was my SLO this year. Last year we had 79% of students receive 0 referrals, 89% receive 0 or 1. This year we're at 69% receive 0 and 85 receive 0 or 1. Just a little caveat in that in talking with teachers, more teachers were utilizing minor referrals as documentation. So that was the way they were tracking phone use in the classroom or any minor disruption where prior maybe they didn't use a minor referral. And then I'm just going to kind of hit on Dr. Hibner's point. If we look at the numbers for the high school, 13 students made up a collective 37% of the total referrals for the high school, right? So like a lot of distractions, but small amount of kids. So really focusing in next year on what are the plans for those kids and how do we, kind of combat some of those behaviors that we see in classrooms now that we're able to pinpoint who those specific kids are.
On all of the slides, why is it represented as 0 and then 0 to 1? Like, is there a half or something? Or what am I missing there?
No, just as in saying like 0 to 1 referral, as in they didn't receive more than 1. So I got 1 referral, I learned my lesson, I didn't do it again.
Can you tell us briefly tell us the cell phone policy of the high school?
Similar to the middle school, except it's not a ban, right? At the high school, little different mindset in the fact that they're young adults and we have to teach them how to use it as a tool. So first offense, the teacher just collects it, teacher emails home, write a behavior referral. Second offense, the teacher brings it to the office, the kid has a conversation with me. And then third offense is a technology intervention plan, which most times just results in the kids checking their phone into either the main office or the counseling office.
So when can they use it?
I mean, really, anytime a teacher says, go ahead and use your phone, right? So if they're taking a video of something, if they're in science class documenting something in pictures, if they are researching something in ELA and they want to, use that as their Google or whatever. Really, it's during, our focus here is not during instruction time.
Okay.
So the next slide is on healthy culture related to staff. So that was a focus for us at the high school this year. John Hattie has Visible Learning, an author, talks about effect size. So in his effect size, I want to make sure I get my numbers right. The highest effect size at 1.62 is teacher estimates of achievement. So do teachers believe kids can achieve at high levels, right? So that's what Hattie is saying is the highest effect size. I would argue that's our SLO process. Where are kids, where are they going, their goal setting, they're part of that. The second highest effect size is collective teacher efficacy. So do teachers feel like they can work together and the work that they're doing matters? So I felt like this data supports that second highest effect size at 1.5. So 100% of teachers at the high school agreed or strongly agreed that their work has purpose, they're genuinely happy at work, they feel respected and supported by colleagues, and they are encouraged to collaborate as a member of a team. I thought there was pretty powerful data from our staff in regards to them working collectively together to support student achievement.
So we have on there, obviously, X, Twitter, call it, we still utilize it, but I think the big part on this one, we see was itself by exploring the strategies for reaching residents. Cost analysis showed that sending them a free 1.6 double-sided postcard would be good retention. The concise messaging and QR codes is more effective than sending word of mouth. It also saves us a lot of arbitrary content, but it also follows the effect. Increase in parent communication, credit to Justin and Mr. Dada, everybody else they were across the board for January and helped everybody understand the use of parent square. So I think that's been a really good addition. Increasing social media engagement, maintaining contact, open enrollment, and remote. This is not something that just started. We've been doing this for a while. But we love it. Reach out to all the kids and the fact, we used to only reach out to the local and ask them what it was that they obviously are leaving, but also is there anything that would make them interested in coming back. But we said a few years ago, we need to reach out to them because they're here. We need to make sure that they're always having a voice for what it is that they do. So we definitely reach out again for some help. And then highlighting the tangible results from our capital. So sharing costs not only in our project with things called goal sharing them on the website and social media. Again, Jake deserve a lot of good credit for that. And TSI with some of the programs and the images people to be recognizing what it was, where it's at. And they were really conscious effort of trying to provide certain things like that. We constantly keeping that at the forefront. In fact, all the time we got this recognize the most because they want to keep them. So that's priority. My bad.
Yeah, a little bit about communication specific to Little Prairie. Dr. Hibner referenced Parent Square last year at this time. When I shared out with you, I shared a whole bunch of data about Parent Square, like how many emails were received to parent email addresses and how many families were hooked up on the app and that sort of thing. I didn't pull those numbers, wasn't quite sure how meaningful that really was, so I didn't pull those numbers this time. But I did want to speak to some of our efforts as related to communication. I think one sort of, I'll call it a revelation that we've had is we really communicate with parents probably too many different ways, and I think it gets hard to keep track of. So while we really talk a lot about how do we make sure parents are reading our Parent Square messages, well, part of the reason they might not be is we're also asking them to keep track of messages that come through on Seesaw. And guess what? Your first grade teacher used Seesaw, but your second grade teacher uses Class Dojo. Like, it's a lot to keep track of. So at Little Prairie, we're really having conversations of how can we streamline that? Because the reality is, while our offices have come accustomed to using Parent Square, our teachers have not. And so, at least at Little Prairie specifically, teachers have really continued to lean on what they're comfortable with, and what they're comfortable with are some of those classroom platforms that they've just always used. But then again, sort of the unintended outcome is we're having families keep track of multiple things, right? Where did I see that message? Was it on Seesaw or was it on Parent Square? And if I have to prioritize something, I'm probably going to prioritize what comes from the teacher, because that's the daily stuff I really need to know, in which sometimes I think that building stuff or district stuff falls to the wayside. So we're really going to make efforts this year to streamline that. That's going to involve some shifts for teachers, sort of away from what they're most comfortable with, so that we're all using one platform. But we're also really going to make some efforts at Ready, Set, Go conferences in August, because we have really good turnout for that, to get families hooked up to Parent Square through the app, because then they have a little bit more ability to personalize things for them. You can make some more setting adjustments to when do you want to get your messages. That then also changes the way messages come through. We've had quite a bit of conversation at our administrative level about sometimes the way people get parent square messages, it just says that it's from the district and doesn't say specifically who it's from. Well, there are some setting adjustments that you can change that make it say who it's from. So we are going to focus on some of those things to hopefully increase our parent square usage for one, but also make things easier for parents so they're not keeping track of so many things. The other reality is the multiple platforms that we use come with a cost, right? We at the building level pay for some of these other subscriptions when the district is already paying for this other platform. So we're going to try to sort of narrow in and make things a little easier for everybody in regards to communication. So there's that. And then also I have historically always shared out with you our parent-teacher conference participation, which at Little Prairie, we're fortunate that we get families when they're fresh to the school experience and hungry and eager. And so we're 90% plus in terms of our conference participation, which we continue to be proud of. So we were 90% in the fall and then 91% this spring.
All right, this is going to be really quick because Lindsay and I are very much in sync with this as well, too, as it relates to communication and our thoughts around Parent Square. We know that to capture our parents at that Ready, Set, Go conference, to get them all set up with the app or whatever they're comfortable with device in order to do that. So we'll continue that as well. I did keep the data in there just so that you can see. I mean, Justin provides us a huge spreadsheet of like all the data that he can connect or collect in order for us to really be able to see what those trends are. And then finally, the parent-teacher conferences for us, 88% in the fall, 83% in the spring. I don't know, that one frustrates me a little bit. I've always had this thought in my mind, you should see your dentist twice a year, right? For your cleaning. You should see your child's teacher twice a year too, right? So that's certainly our push and communication with our families about come in, especially there's celebrations in the spring and or like, hey, here are the things that they need to be able to work on going into the future, okay?
At the middle school, I think for this one, we focus a little bit more on the engagement of our stakeholders and not just the communication part with families. As they come into Little Prairie and Prairie View, eager and new into the district, sometimes middle school there is a significant drop off of parent participation and communication at that level, partly due to you're trying to push some independence on your student, right, and try to wean off a little bit of always being around them and let them be their own person. But we still want that communication and that engagement. So we did kind of start a staff and family engagement committee. Our biggest event or addition was the bags tournament. We had over 25 teams compete in that, which was a lot of fun. We had staff, we had families, we had siblings, kind of a big mix of people that participated in that event and plan to do that again this year. We had 6th grade GOAT presentations, which were really awesome last couple years to get 6th grade families into the building and allow them to see what they're doing in the classrooms. And the last 2 years, that has been a really popular and well-attended event for us. We did have some additional connections with local businesses. We had a Culver's night this year, had some staff clearing some tables and greeting people at the door for a few hours, and that went over well, and plan to continue that connection with Culver's as well. And then we had some student-led fundraising events at the Hive 2894 on Main and Gus's for some fundraising through our leadership course. Trying to reach out to the community that way. So I think we did a great job of connecting with those partnerships and making some new partnerships as well. In terms of the data on newsletters, again, that communication piece like they talked about, it's always hard to balance of too much or too little, but decent viewership. The monthly newsletter that was sent out averaged about 212 views, and the weekly updates about 200 per update that went out. I did get a lot of positive feedback from people and parents that enjoyed those newsletters and communication. So I think that's going to be a continued stay. Just try to, you put it out there and you hope people read it. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but at least it's out there for them to refer back to if they need to see it.
Okay, and then at the high school, we have 4 here, so Stacy and I will kind of alternate. The first one was our coffee and conversations with parents. We hosted 2 dates this year, and we had 2 people attend each of them. Obviously, we would love for that number to go up, so we'll do a little work this summer on revamping that and what that looks like, and maybe what time it's held, or even the information that is shared.
We focused on obtaining student feedback. So this is in relationship to that ACT prep we talked about before. 8% of students said it was a 4 out of 4. Knocked it out of the park. Appreciate that 8%. About 51% said it was a 3 out of 4, and they gave us some suggestions of how to make it better. 34% said it was about a 2 out of 4, and 7% said it was a 1 out of 4. So one of the pieces of feedback that they gave to us was that we have Wednesday lessons at the high school, and ACT and pre-ACT prep for 2 months was on Monday. So every Monday and every Wednesday we had a lesson for those 2 months, and the feedback from kids was that that was too much. So we are going to take every Wednesday for those 2 months and make that ACT prep. And just keep it at 1 day a week. The 2 days a week was too much. So very valuable, and appreciate kids giving their feedback. But 94% of kids said yes or maybe that the ACT and pre-ACT prep is important. So they see the relevance of it. We just have to make sure that we're balancing their time as we do that as well.
And then the third one is host events for the community and school. I think people know at East Troy, right, that's small but mighty. The high school does a lot for the community. I think people recognize that, and they're very appreciative of it, right? So we just have a couple here: Halloween bash, different blood drives, the Manor partnership, homecoming events. We did this year at the brewery. We held the CTE community partnership meetup, which was a great first go around at it. So we'll continue that. We thought that was super beneficial. We are constantly sending high school kids to the middle school or elementary schools to help with pumpkins. This year we did the elementary field day. I think you could just list on and on what the high school tries to do and how we try to get the kids involved in not only the other schools in the district, but also events that go on in the community.
Shout out to our tech ed department. I always hate to highlight people because I always feel like you're leaving people out. But the tech ed department does a lot within our community, especially with the festivities in December on the square. They help with the setup and all of that. And then the wrestling team and FFA helped the Lions Club today with cleanup from the weekend. So just want to highlight that because they did that today. So yes, the list goes on and on. We also do a weekly newsletter at the high school. We've done that. That was a COVID thing that we just kept because things were changing so much during those COVID times that we started to send this weekly newsletter, and we've kept it. On average, we send that newsletter to every high school student, so about 500, and then their parents, and then the staff. So I would estimate, you're looking at about 1,500, 2,000 people that get that email. I'd say at a minimum. I think that's a conservative number. And we have 300 views per week. So that is actually something that with the new website, once it's fully functional, that we're looking at maybe discontinuing or talking to families of, okay, you get this email, you have to click on, maybe that's not what you want. What is your preferred method of communication? So I'm going to dig into that because I don't feel 300 is an incredibly high number. So going to scratch at that a little bit and see if we can make some changes for next year.
It's more just at the district level, hence of district resources. And our motto for that one is, right, our small community delivering big on education. So I'm going to have Amy and Jake take the lead on this one and talk about some things, and then I'll follow up at the end with some closure on it. But just as they're doing this, remember the focus on this one is fostering and supporting our strategic priorities, right? So how are we, what we're depicting, it's kind of what Dale stated earlier about the efficiencies, and it's all interrelated. Everything is interrelated. Remember my analogy of the Rubik's Cube, right? And you're not solving a face. You're not going to solve each face of the cube. I mean, it's really an algebraic equation, but you're not going to solve each face without obviously disrupting one face to solve the entire cube. Same thing goes for kind of our organization, right? You cannot focus on one of the strategic priorities in isolation. You have to focus on all these things together. They're moving parts. So think of these resources and how they're supporting the other three as they talk about them.
All right. District goal number 4, continuing to act as a good steward of district resources. The priority was by the end of the fiscal year, the district would represent continued actions that directly support this district goal 4 and indirectly support district goals 1 through 3. And I think we always work towards that. We utilize a budget approach of fiscal responsibility while maintaining spending commitments that support strategic priorities, number 1 and number 2. And to expand on that a little bit, we always budget conservatively while working to maintain the programs that best support student learning and a healthy organizational culture. During the past few years, there's been a balanced budget passed by the Board of Education at the annual meeting. And then, of course, the school year happens and the actuals come in, and we've ended with surpluses both years, so we're able to add to that fund balance as well as add to a capital improvement fund. The Capital Improvement Fund, also known as Fund 46, that money will carry over year to year versus a general fiscal budget that is generally 1 year, one and done. So we'll have money, a pot of money going forward, so for their larger capital needs, we won't be as reliant on that particular year's budget or encompassing all those projects into a referendum dollar or bond issue. For the fund balance, we're currently at a 35% fund balance of Fund 10 expenses. An adequate fund balance that helps the district eliminate short-term borrowing and save on interest. It also provides the security for, of course, unexpected expenses. And there's been a lot of talk about our organizations that support the business office, the importance of that adequate fund balance, especially during these times with some of the federal uncertainty around like federal grants and tariffs, and they always stress the importance of the fund balance, which this district has been able to do a really good job of maintaining and adding to in these past few years. Going a bit more back to before the budget is approved by the Board of Education, the administration, of course, seeks feedback from the board and other stakeholders, students, and staff. And we have budget balancing sessions each spring. And we actually have a running total for several years, 19 years of impact needs through the years and budget balancing efforts. Through over those 19 years, there have been $10.4 million in budget balancing efforts to make sure the district has a balanced budget, as well as to allocate those resources in the best way possible. Along the lines with the budget, of course, the public school funding on a whole is a state that has been one of the most challenging aspects of the budget lately. If we look back to 2002, over 20 years ago, Wisconsin was 11% above the national average in public school funding. And as of 2022, the state was 7.2% below the national average, or 25th in the nation. I have not seen any updated numbers for 2024 or 25, but I am watching for those. I expect those should come out soon, within the next year or so, and I'll report on those. It'll be interesting to see how the state fares moving forward. With that, the state funding is somewhat decreasing, or we're limited by a revenue limit, which you've all heard about. A revenue limit is a cap on a majority of our revenues, how much we can receive. It's made up of state aid as well as property taxes. So if we get less state aid, we have to make up the difference with property taxes, but still stay within the cap or the revenue limit. That revenue limit, it has not increased at the pace of inflation for several years. If you index it back to 2009, cumulatively through the years, if it had stayed with inflation, the districts would get about $3,300 more per pupil. All districts in the state are kind of in the same situation with the revenue limit. If I take that $3,300 per student and I times it by, this past year we had about 1,500 FTEs, it comes to over $5 million. So that kind of brings us into the situation why a lot of districts are seeking operational referendums. Operational referendums, different than capital, which are more building and maintenance. Operational referendums come more like our wages, our staffing, our programs, things that directly impact the student learning and kind of the healthy organizational culture. So fortunately, this district or the stakeholders did approve an operational referendum in 2023 to maintain programs and staffing. It was for $3 million for 3 years, non-recurring. So this next school year, 25-26, will be the last year of our operational referendum. And if I look at the Baird budget model in 26-27, right now there's no operational referendum funding, and the model shows a $4.3 million deficit at this point. So as of now, there's not that operational referendum in 2026-27. I know there's a lot of talk about referendums. I do want to just be transparent. There's also, of course, the capital referendums. And there's the one in 2015, which people see on their tax bill. That was for the building of Little Prairie, as well as some work at the high school, the middle school, the Prairie View Transit, as well as closing the Chester Brines building. That referendum in 2015, it had a $1 impact per $100,000 property value because debt had fallen off at that time. So these capital referendums, the overall dollar amount is usually much higher, but it's spread out through 20 years. So the tax impact is usually much more minimal than other types of referendums can be. The other capital referendum, of course, was in November 2024 for $19.4 million. And again, for safety, security, and critical maintenance and academic spaces. And that impact was $21 per $100,000 value in property value. So the capital referendums help with our building and maintenance, and the operational referendums are really that critical piece for staffing, maintaining our programs, as well as just having enough in their revenue limit to meet our needs. As far as district resources go, it's not all about specifically budget. We also look at other areas such as safety. And we're having the I Love You Guys Foundation lead a reunification training on August 4th and 5th to equip key staff members with knowledge and skills to safely reunite students with their families in an event of an emergency or crisis at school. And from what I hear, I think this training will provide him a lot of reassurance or lessen that anxiety, just going through the process that we would, have run through drills, what to happen should an emergency like this happen. It helps to be prepared. It kind of lowers the anxiety. It leads to that healthy organizational culture. And with that, I will let Jake, he's our Buildings and Grounds and Safety Coordinator, so he will talk a little bit more about safety and buildings and grounds.
Thank you. So to tag on to the safety piece of this, some of the stuff that we did over the past school year was add some card access and add to our camera infrastructure within the district. The card access, which is the little card readers at each of our doors, really helps to mitigate the door propping. It's almost non-existent now. I know it was a problem before I got here. By adding these added levels of access to the building that we can control via computer, which is great, better than handing out a key, it's really kind of eliminated that altogether. I don't think you're ever going to get out of it completely, just because your building's occupied with hundreds of people every day. But overall, everyone's following the instruction really well, and we're seeing far less of that. So by the end of August of this year, we will have 99% of the district exterior doors all have card access. There'll be very few left, and they're really non-highly traveled doors. It's still good to have, some of your sports groups may enter through there, things of that. Phi-Ed may come in through one of these doors, but all the heavy hitters, all the ones that are used on a regular basis, all have card access now. To touch on the reunification training, Amy's absolutely right. It's going to give us the framework that we need to consistently run this, like maybe every 2 or 3 years, this reunification. It's so multifaceted. There's a lot of moving parts, but ultimately we want to have this plan efficient enough at every one of our buildings so that each one of our buildings could serve as a reunification site, in addition to Village Hall being able to serve as one of our off-site reunification sites. The other part of this was the energy efficiency management. Dale, you kind of questioned this, and I know, Anna, you've talked to me about Data Wrangler. So some of the progress I've been able to make with them. So that was instituted right when I got here about 2 years ago. Not really having a lot of meaningful background on the software itself and how the hardware worked. I dug into it with some of my cohorts in other districts, and really kind of tried to figure out how are you utilizing this in a school setting, because so much of what they try to do is to shift, not to get too deep into the weeds on how commercial billing works, but to shift off peak helps us to eliminate almost 50% of the highest part of our bill, right? So our demand charges are one of the highest parts of our bill. It's not even the actual energy that you're consuming. I call it the We Energies penalty, is basically what it is. So it's the energy that you use on peak. So in saying that, being that the high school is currently the only building that has this hardware on it, I brought Nate, our head custodian, in to meet with Data Wrangler, and we're coming up with a plan on how we're going to possibly pre-cool spaces so that we can coast longer through the day before the actual air conditioning has to kick on, things of that nature. Figuring out what we can shut down during the day if we can. So you're required by law to bring in X amount of outside air while spaces are occupied, but how can we navigate those occupied spaces or unoccupied spaces during the day better? How can we regulate whether or not those are actually drawing on the system or not? So there's a lot of footwork, because that's potentially gonna change every trimester, right? So the room usage changes all the time. So what's the most meaningful impact we can make that's not gonna be so labor intensive on the back end for us? So that's one thing that we're looking into. We just completed, again, energy efficiency. We just completed phases 2 through 4 at Prairie View for the LED conversion. And some of the numbers that I did get back from, EPL, on some of the potential cost savings that we're gonna see there. So they replaced approximately 314 fixtures for phases 2 through 4. And it's going to have an estimated energy reduction of 77%. So the current estimated KW on that number of light fixtures was over 47,000 KW. We're going to be down to about 11,000 KW. So in addition to that, so that savings, projected energy savings cost would be, about $5,000 a year. And then we did receive incentive estimate from Focus on Energy for $7,600 towards the project. So every little bit helps. In addition to that, along with the Data Wrangler piece, they got us signed up in Energy Management Portfolio, Energy Star Portfolio. So as part of that, Focus on Energy has a rebate program for schools that can show a meaningful change in their it's called the Utility Bill Verified Savings Offering. So there's some monies to be gained in that, depending on how much money we actually save during the course of a calendar year. they do the math, and then there's a whole equation on what that return would be. In some districts, are seeing upwards of $10,000 to $20,000. It all depends on how aggressive we can be and finding kind of that happy medium of making sure that we're serving the building properly, making sure we're keeping everybody safe as far as our indoor air quality, but also being able to kind of mitigate that cost. Any questions on energy savings or?
Just, well, the new technology is such that, like VFDs and compressors for the air conditioning now are
Two-stage, yep.
they're so much more efficient that it's almost impractical to keep the old stuff anymore. It's just,
Correct.
You know, that's how you're able to save $20-some thousand a year in just energy over there.
I'm really hoping to see it much more than that here. I'm hoping to see much more than that here. With the amount of units that we're changing, I think it's possible, in addition to the roofing efficiencies that we're going to gain by changing that R value from, let's say, an R8 or 12 to an R25.
Right.
I'm very anxious to see how that's going to manifest itself on our energy
There's
bills.
software out there now that kind of monitors these things and helps you control the whole area and everything. You know, it's just.
Yeah, I mean the technology's there, and then with AI, it's a whole nother level of I mean, you talk about like monitoring room occupancy. AI takes it even a step further than that, right? So some of the changes that were proposed as part of the high priority list that we had, but was ultimately dropped off, was kind of putting in that zone level CO2 reading. Now what that does, and the reason why they suggested that is, so again, back to that required minimum, outdoor air minimum.
Right.
If you can gauge that live off of actual use of the space, you can probably potentially drop below that minimum because the rooms aren't being occupied. So all the money that we expel out of the building all the air that we've expelled out of the building is air that we've paid for, right? And then you're drawing in outside air, which then you have to condition, whether that's chilling or heating.
Right.
So it's trying to mitigate as much loss as possible.
I mean, if you get 200,000 a year, or even 150 over 10 years, that's a big chunk of money.
For sure. Sure.
That's teachers. That's a lot of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to touch briefly on kind of that fiscal management piece, we were able to knock out 9 of the 10 identified projects on our high priority list that were under 50K. So we're really excited about that. A lot of it was HVAC, but both the electrical services here in the main part of the building, the original part of the building, and the middle school got complete rebuilds. Which rebuilding, so that was part of that repair versus replace conversation that we had with the CFAC committee. I mean, the cost savings there was probably over $200,000 by going about it that way. There was more homework to do, making sure that the existing switch gear was still thermally, not overloaded, things of that nature. Once that all checked out, and we actually were able to find a supplier that had rebuilt breakers for units that were so old, very excited to get those. We knew it was a possibility. So that's all done now. So we're real excited about that. Like I said, we knocked out 9 of the 10. And then going down now to the long-term plan to address maintenance projects. So part of that is going to be sitting with the facilities advisory committee, going over the low, medium, and leftover high priority, and kind of maybe reshuffling that deck and seeing where it all lands. Some of the high priority obviously is going to stay high priority. Some of it I've been able to knock off just through conversation on the HVAC pieces of maybe we can tweak our existing footprint and how certain units function to kind of eliminate the need to do what they had suggested. So there'll be more conversation along that piece. Amy talked about Fund 46. We've been able to put some money into that, which for me is very exciting. I'm glad that we're able to at least put something in there because we all know that these things all have a life cycle, and we've learned that through the course of the 2 years and the conversations that we've had about how we've gotten to where we've gotten to, right? So if we can start to chip away at this stuff, it helps us to not have to go to the community, right?
Yeah. So I do have a question for Amy. Sure. The latest budget for the state they raised the ability for you to cap, the cap that you have has been raised, I understand. Do you have how that affects our
She's
district?
gonna go over the state budget in her report. A little
Okay.
bit, some of the impacts and everything.
Okay, so then the other thing that I want to point out is that the TIF district for the business park, I believe, has expired. So we should start to see some taxes coming in from that, those buildings and that industry. I know Quick Trip and Starbucks were not in a TIF district, and the new apartments that Gene mentioned are not in a TIF district. So when all those buildings come online, we should be getting some tax revenue for that. I'm just saying that it's going to be good information to have when we go and we ask for operational referendum that the mill rate may go down because of all these other activities coming online, is what I'm starting to say.
That's a good point. I can look into that more. The projections now, where I'm not seeing any effect to that
Probably
nature.
won't change the effect, but it will change the mill rate is what's going to happen, which will change the effect of the impact of the taxes for the, the average home.
Yeah, don't forget though, Dale, I mean, I love the idea of growth to expand the tax base, right? Especially when we go to a referendum. But when it comes to the school funding model, when we have more equalized value growth from a standpoint of property value, it also results in less state aid. So then it impacts the tax. So from a standpoint of referendums, capital and or operational, growth is great because it's expanding our tax base, right? However, from the state funding model, growth of enrollment's great, but when you're talking about tax levy via mill rate, it's going to go off the equalized value and the growth of the property values. So property value goes up, let's say if it goes up higher than at an average of the state average, that will mean then we're going to receive less state aid. Now again, it's all in comparison to what is the state average of the growth. Make sense?
Yeah, it does, but it's something that's probably something that's out of our hands, though.
On the state side?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And trust me when I tell you, I'm not saying not to have growth. Good, projected, well-planned growth is important for us right now. And I know people don't want to hear this statement, but I'm going to make it anyways. The state budget did not do anything that says we've taken care of the referendum issues for you as
that's true.
communities.
I know that. Yes.
So I think it's just, I think it's important for us to recognize that then the growth is important for us if that's going to be the continued future progression, no doubt about it. But from a standpoint of on the funding formula of the school, it's not probably going to assist us. It actually probably will result in us having a more of a tax-based levy, not less. Is the key. 100%. Yeah, and that's a 3-year average. It's great to have, right? We need more of it, and we have to sustain it because it's going to be a 3-year average for it to impact us.
Will help you with that aspect of it too.
100%. You bet.
Put bodies in the chair.
Yep.
There's got to be kids, though. I got that.
Yeah.
People got to have kids.
Yeah, it's just not bodies in them. We'll get a lot of people.
Before you run off, were we able to reduce the cost of the reunification training by partnering with other districts?
Yes, I don't have the numbers in front of me on how many we did get from outside, but we have Town of Troy, we have the Village of East Troy, we have, I think we have some Elkhorn, we have some of my cohorts from different districts. They're bringing a few people with them, but yes, Sheriff's Department's bringing a lot. And there's some other people from Walworth County, I think, that are signing up as well. So yes, we were able to kind of, not as many as we hoped, but we had sent the invite out to a lot. So, anything else? Perfect.
So that's really it. And so I'm going to just draw the closure tonight a little bit on one of the things I do want. Yeah, it was long, I know, but one of the things I do want to on the cultivating a healthy organizational culture too. I do want to give a shout out, and that is to Kirsten Knopf, who came on board. Kirsten had been in our district prior to that, but then had left for a different position, and we were fortunate enough to get her back in the new role of Director of Human Resources. And I want to point out, right, that she's going to be an integral part, and she already is, obviously, in the last year, of that strategic priority two. But you're going to see changes happen in that one from her perspective in regards to looking at the survey data and other things in regards to where emphasis needs to be from more of a Director of Human Resource focus. So, and again, like I said earlier, she's on the salary subcommittee with Amy J and Taylor and everything. So I think that's a lot of really good in-depth work that the three of them, along with other people, will be doing. My final thoughts on everything is I just hope everybody kind of takes from, again, this report out of the strategic priorities. I guess the key word I would use tonight is I hope people take out of this word intentional. That our actions are intentional. Decisions are intentional. I think it's a really important word due to the fact there's so many moving parts. And the other thing I will take from this is if you've read the book Crucial Conversations, which I just finally read the 3rd edition this weekend, I got through it, and I want to point out 3 major things about crucial conversations, right? Is that when you're having crucial conversations, you have a ton of people sharing different opinions. You have high stakes usually involved in crucial conversations. I'm not just talking conversations, I'm talking crucial, right? You have high stakes involved in it. And so you have that, and then you also have, from the standpoint, besides opinions and high stakes, I gotta think of the other one I wrote down. Oh, you have a lot of high emotions, right? High emotions. It was a really good book to read this weekend, and I took a lot from it, but those 3 things are huge. If we're having crucial conversations, which the reason I bring it up is this, when we're talking about any one of these 4 strategic priorities and how they're intentional, but they're all interrelated, and you're talking about student learning and programming and achievement, and you're talking about budgets, and we can go on and on about budgets from fund balance to bond ratings, right? And then you're talking about referendums, capital, operational. You're talking about the state budget, which we're going to get into in a minute, and helping people to understand that, which has always been a big challenge and will only be even bigger now, and how it plays factors on everything. And then we're also looking at AI and updating our policies to Neola, right? Open enrollment, learning centers. When you're talking about all these things, which are all very important, right? There's going to be a lot of crucial conversations. A lot of people are going to have a lot of opinions. Going to be high stakes to it, right? And there's going to be a lot of emotions. And so I think it's going to be really important for us to continue to work through those crucial conversations correctly, because that can be the lifeline to success through those initiatives, or it can be the downfall to those initiatives by the conversations alone. So the one word I say, please take for tonight, intentional. There isn't anything going on that's not intentional. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. And our last item on the agenda here before we get to our reports is an update from the Director of Athletics pertaining to hiring of head football coach and sports leadership symposium.
Good evening, everyone. Per the last board meeting, you guys had requested that when we have a new coach being hired, that I put the staff synopsis in your packet. We did hire, so we had our head football coach had stepped down at the end of the school year. We posted the position on weekend. We had 12 applications received. We offered 5 different candidates a chance to interview. One of them declined, so then we interviewed 4 people. The interview team consisted of myself, Aaron Judd, 2 football parents, and 2 student athletes. When the coach had stepped down, we had met with the players and parents kind of to, let them know that the coach was leaving, kind of what the process was going to look like. That was going to be pretty quick turnaround just based on the end of the year and football starting in the fall. So we got some feedback from parents, and parents had requested to be part of the interview process, and so that's why we had the 2 football parents involved. Now we had 2 student athletes as well on the interview team. As you can see, 5 applicants were offered interview, 4 interviewed. The responses and materials reviewed by the interview team. A top candidate was selected. The candidate was that was selected had already been an assistant coach in East Troy, so we ended up offering the position to Mike Slattery. Mike was our offensive coordinator last year for varsity football. Calling his references, so his background, he's coached football for 38 years in Huntley, Illinois. He was the head coach at Huntley for 7 years. He was a teacher for 34 years as well. He retired as a teacher and football coach in Huntley, decided to help last year. Part of the process and calling his references, spoke of him as a great guy, not just about coaching football, but also teaching young men about life. Stated that he's very open to feedback. One of the coaches that he coached with says he's the best coach he's ever coached with, and also likes to tell it like it is. Offered the position to Mike Slattery. He started. We've got kind of the last couple of weeks, football has been just kind of rolling. We've had tons of kids coming to 0-hour weights in the morning with Phil Salas. So the football boys are basically in the morning from 6 to 6:45. There's about 40-ish boys that are currently showing up to lift weights, and then they have their contact days after the lifting as well. So it's very promising. We filled out the rest of his staff. So Mike Slattery is our new head football coach. The other thing on the other agenda item I have, Dr. Hibner had recommended there is a BIOS leadership and coaching symposium that takes place in Madison. I reached out to all of our coaches, head coaches, offered to them to attend as well with myself. So Dr. Hibner attended. Dr. Hibner also was a mediator for one of the sessions at the symposium as well. The program is part of the Masters in Sports Leadership program that they have at UW-Madison. It's one of the running a championship system is one of the different sections or one of the different classes that they have in their master's program. And offering it to the coaches, Aaron Judd went with us to the symposium. Cole Blandon, who was our head girls soccer coach, he's also our assistant boys soccer coach as well. And then Noah Phillips attended with us. He's our head boys basketball coach. The conference was about running a championship system. Justin, you go to the next slide. All right. Go. So the conference had a bunch of different coaches from UW-Madison, as well as high school coaches. There was a high school superintendent. The Christopher McIntosh is the AD at Wisconsin. He was like the intro speaker, and then they talked on various topics: identifying purpose in sport, implementing a championship system, supporting holistic success for student athletes, teaching, leading, and learning with diverse student athletes, and then the everyday practice of top leaders as well. If you go to the next slide, thanks. So reaching out to some of the 2 coaches that went with us, and then also my feedback as well, based on the topics that we had. Some of the takeaways we took from this in terms of athletics moving forward from here. The system in place for coaches, have a system in place for coaches to work together. So this next school year, one of my goals is to have 3 meetings during the school year with all coaches. So typically what happens is I have a meeting with the coaches, the fall head coaches before the season starts, the winter head coaches before the winter season starts. I'm going to meet with all of the coaches. So once the fall season starts, I'm going to meet with all the head coaches with all the sports, and then do the same thing during the winter season, doing the same thing with the spring season. The goal of that is to prevent coaches from working in silos. So right now, kind of each coach is kind of on his own or her own, and there's not as much collaboration amongst sports. So like I want to have the basketball coaches meeting with the football coaches, and the wrestling coaches meeting with the track coaches of we talk about what's working, what's not working in our programs. Other takeaways: the coaches handbook, talking to the coaches that are there with us, looking at updates with the coaches' viewpoints added to the coaches handbook. And so kind of reiterating, if you've been hearing all night, everything being interconnected, having the coaches have a say in the handbook, having the coaches help revamp that handbook as well. And then all sports being on the same page of like what are the daily, weekly, and monthly practices for all of our athletic programs, not just basketball, not just baseball. One of the speakers talked about being a why guy, and one of the things he talked about is, as a coach, athletes want to know the why. Like, why are we doing this? Why do we do this drill? Why are we doing this training? Why are we doing anything that we're doing in practice? So we talked about how kids want to know why we're doing things. So we're going to talk about that in our meetings as well. The word process came up from every speaker while we were there, talking about the process. What processes do we already have in place, and what can we improve upon? So one of the processes this last year, I know we've talked a lot about the fitness center and talked about Phil Salas, who has been a blessing to our district. Right now in the summertime, he has so many kids in the fitness center from 6 a.m. till noon, Monday through Thursday. And not just athletics, kids that, like, my own son is in the middle school group, just there to try to, get fit and stay healthy. So that's one of the part of the processes that he's been teaching to kids, and kids are starting, our athletes especially are starting to see the dividends pay off. Looking specifically at our track athletes this last year. So they've been working with Salas throughout the whole track season. I think when we got to the state track meet, it showed our girls broke a record for one of our relay teams, a school record for our relay team. And they did really well. And part of that was the process they've been going through the last 5 to 6 months working with Salas. So that's something we're going to touch on those meetings. If you can go to the last slide, please. Then the last couple takeaways, one of the speakers talked about building relationships with athletes, having realistic expectations of athletes. And so maybe the expectation isn't for our team to go undefeated for a season, but the expectation is based on the amount of effort we're putting forth. It's not just about what our record is at the end, but what are our expectations as each individual athlete? Like, what's your goal from the beginning of the year to get to the end of the year, whether that being in shape or learning a specific skill or drill. And then the last thing, 10 to 25, the science of motivating young people. There was a speaker that talked about that it's a book that this person has all their coaches read this book. I'm actually currently reading this book right now. It's phenomenal. So one of my plans part of those 3 meetings is to have our coaches read that book as well, and then have discussions with them all throughout the year about all these things we talked about. I just talked about, like, the relationships with athletes, that why of, really getting to the mind of our young athletes and why they think the way they do, and how it's probably different than what the head coach is thinking at that time. So this is the conference we went to. There's a lot of things I'm starting to put in place that will go throughout the rest of this year and probably in the next year as well. That's kind of where we are in the athletic department.
One of the things too that I know we talked about that day, and that was part of it, and I know Brian and I have had conversations on it, and it goes along with everything he's already talked about, and that is, within the educational environment, we talk about growth mindsets. Well, that is, growth mindsets is in athletics, right? It's in anything. So it's not just in an educational environment. It really stems from athletic environments. So we want to make sure that our coaches and our student athletes are understanding what a growth mindset is. Like, how are you modeling it as a coach, and how are you encouraging and supporting it to the athletes, the student athletes, and so that it benefits them as a student and as an athlete, and more importantly, as a human being, right? So point is, right, that you don't get a mindset of viewing something as it's okay to make a mistake, it's okay to have failure, unless you're supported in that mindset and you're given the proper support to understand that failure is part of learning, and that's okay. It's when you say I failed and you gave up, that's different than failure. And so that's what we want to make sure that we're providing to our student athletes, but because we provide that to our students, we should be. And so I think it's really important that we work with our coaches on that mindset. So we talked about that you can't just tell a coach, like, make sure you embed a culture of a growth mindset and say, go to it. That's a whole year class on growth mindset, a whole year. And so you don't just say, go to it. Like, growth mindset, we all might think we understand growth mindset, No, there's a lot to making sure you're embedding certain practices to have the conditions to support a growth mindset. So something in addition to the takeaways that I know we're working on, and we'll slowly get there. Like, you don't do it overnight.
Related question. How's summer less restricted contact days going? You know, we're a month in, so it's early.
Summer less restricted contact days. What do you mean?
There aren't the same limitations on contact days this summer as there had been in the past.
Oh,
right?
sure. So
there are still some restrictions, I think. So
Yep.
So I was trying not to be like
so just
unlimited.
That, yeah. So there's just that 1 week. There's that 1 week that just happened last week where it's kind of like a dead week where they couldn't have any contact days. Our schedule stayed pretty similar with what we've had in the past in terms of open gyms. So like thinking of like the high school level, we have like girls basketball goes Monday and Wednesday for 2 hours. Volleyball is on Tuesday and Thursday just because we share a lot of the same athletes in both those sports. So the times have been very similar, but now they're contact days. So now the coach can actually coach during those days. It's not, in the past it would be you would open up the gym for volleyball and you weren't allowed to coach during those days. Now WIA has changed that this year where there's contact days. So it's the contact days is unlimited. Per WIA, with the exception of that 1 week, but our schedule has been pretty much the same as it has been in the past, with the exception that now we can coach during that time. It's been going great. Like we've had great numbers at almost all the contact days. Like thinking of like football in particular, like that I said that they lift in the morning, then they go for 45 minutes. They're on the field Monday through Thursday, so it's only 45 minutes. They're done by, I think they're done by 7:45, 8 o'clock every day, and then they have the rest of their day. So it's going great.
How many are? What's the sense of kids that are trying to juggle multiple sports in a day or across the week? Or do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yep. So we've tried to schedule them on purpose, like on opposite days. So like football. So football, if they're in boys basketball, they're done at 8 o'clock in the morning, but then there's open gym for basketball at night on Mondays. I think is there Monday and Wednesdays or Mondays and Thursdays? I can't remember which night it is exactly. Okay. But there's like a 2-hour time during the night that's available. Boys soccer is the same. I think it's Monday and Wednesday. That they kind of overlap a little bit time-wise just because they share athletes. But we've met with athletes as well and talked about like they're not mandatory. They're open gym, they're contact days, but you can't use them as a mandatory practice to force them to come in the summer and then tell them like if they don't come in the summer they can't play during the year. It's all voluntary. So I think the schedule-wise, I tried to make it, and then our coaches tried to make it so that kids aren't here from 6 in the morning till 3 o'clock every day.
Sure.
Throughout the summer, burning themselves out the whole entire time. And Salis has been a big part of that with the weight program. Like there's lifting on 2 days, speed and agility is the other 2 days. So we're not we're making them healthier, not burning them out. So.
And I don't know. I'd be curious to also figure out how to include music and drama maybe into some of the meetings that you're having. I don't know how much crossover there is. Again, with like athletes also trying to be in the spring play or whatever, but just lots of collaboration, right? For making sure kids can not be stressed out and participate in lots of things.
Yep.
So.
Thank you. We're gonna, before we get to our reports, we're just gonna take a couple-minute break. We'll go 3 minutes. I got my clock at 9:30. We'll come back at 9:33. Yeah. TikTok.
Yep.
the rest of the agenda. Thank you for bearing with us here. We will move on to reports. No district administrator report. We'll go to business manager report, starting with the state budget update.
Yes, you should have received a handout that looks like this. There is one on the back table as well. First, I'll talk about the state budget for the 2025 through 2027, and then I'll talk about how the projection plays if I plug these variables into the budget model. First, state aid. There were serial increases. So the state aid refers to state equalization aid. As you remember, the revenue limit has those two parts, the state equalization aid and the property taxes. That means that part within the revenue limit. So there's serial increases. The more property rich a district is, the less state aid they get as well. Decline enrollment also affects that because your membership is divided by the total property value of the district. So you become kind of property richer as your enrollment declines as well. So serial increase in state aid, it of course does not give us more revenue and most likely will affect that we'll have to collect more in property taxes for the two pieces under the revenue limit. The revenue limit member change, it's 325 again this year. If you remember back in 2023, Governor Evers vetoed the budget and put 325 in for the next 400 years. So that's the overall revenue limit increases by $325. But the category before is, there's no serial increase, or there's serial increase to the state equalization aid. So therefore that increase, we can collect more revenue, but that will all have to be in property taxes. Yes, the next part is the good news. There is a lot of advocacy for 60% reimbursement in special education aid. It came in at 42% for 25-26 and 45% in 26-27. However, it is uncertain what that means. The state allocates a certain amount or a certain pot of money, and that it doesn't increase. It's divided among all the districts, and it's been like that for several years. And so generally, like this past year, we were quoted 33%, but it comes in more, 29, 30%. It's usually a few percentage points lower because it's some certain. The state has a limit dollar amount on how much they will reimburse. Transportation aid, there is an increase of $50 for students we transport over 12 miles. That equates to approximately 25 students, $50 increase, about $1,250. So not a large amount, but it's a little bit. Early literacy funding, there is talk about continuing this funding for 25 through 27. However, it's unclear how it will be distributed or the amount if Annie East Troy will receive, so I'm still waiting for more guidance on that piece. Mental health grant, we were under the assumption that it would be cut in about half this coming year. However, they put more funding towards the mental health grant. So now I project it to stay about the same as in the past. So for this next year, I already had $50,000 budgeted because it was that way in the Baird model as well. So that doesn't affect our projections at this point. The choice charter school payment includes the voucher payments. They all increased between $428 for that second year, and actually it's $640 this first year. And you make note, those numbers are much higher than our $325 increase per our revenue limit as a public school district. Open enrollment increase, we don't have the final numbers out, so it'll just be an estimate at this point, but they are definitely going up $1,578, and then plus there's an indexing calculation, so most likely it's that $325 added onto that, and whatever else is in that indexing calculation. So I went to our Baird budget model, and before the adjustments, which we had talked about a few meetings ago, it's our third year of the operating referendum, so we had a surplus that first year, and it was as part of our planning that there could possibly be a deficit in this third year of the operational referendum. And so the Baird model was showing a negative over $500,000 in deficit. And when I input the special education categorical aid, again, I always try to be conservative because there's lots of unexpected expenses. We don't know final numbers until October of the year. So I put in 39% instead of the 42% to be conservative. Most likely we will receive less reimbursement. And that greatly reduced our deficit. It's an increase of over $372,000 for the district. So that's a huge benefit to the district. It does not affect our tax levy because categorical aid is outside the revenue limit. So that is also another positive factor with the special ed categorical aid. The voucher amounts increased, and they do not affect the surplus deficit because the way they hit the revenue limit, and then they're also offset by corresponding expenses. So it's their channel through the district. It increases our tax levy, but then it's offset by an expense. So it doesn't affect our deficit or bottom line. It does affect the tax levy slightly, and so that increased about $129,000 for the tax levy, but doesn't affect the deficit. The charter school hits the revenue limit kind of earlier on in the revenue limit. It's calculated a different way. It's also an expense, but we only have a few students that attend charter schools. That's about a $13,000 increase to our budget, adds to the deficit as well. And then the open enrollment amount is the big piece, and I will talk about open enrollment a little bit more later. So right now we receive roughly $8,000 per student, or we had this past year. And to be conservative, I bumped it up to $11,000 for regular ed and $15,730 for special education. And that increased our deficit by close to $460,000. So after everything's put into the budget model, it's the positive with the special ed categorical aid, but then the open enrollment really kind of wipes it out, and everything's said and done. Now the deficit is about $100,000 greater. So the deficit currently is at $613,997. And we'll continue to receive more guidance from Baird. And I'm sure there'll be a lot more guidance on the state budget. And everything is fluid. Of course, we don't have our pupil count until September, and then we receive final property values, equalization aid in October. So these aren't final numbers yet, but it's a guideline at this point. Are there any questions?
Yep. Well, we'll go, then you can, as you stated, move on to the open enrollment data. Thank you.
Yes, we touched on open enrollment, and I believe Anna asked for some more data at this meeting. On page 42 in your board packet, I pulled some charts of area districts. If you look on page 42, the dark orange is open enrollment out students, and it includes East Troy and some surrounding districts. And the light orange is open enrollment in. If you look at the dark orange, you notice it goes from highest to lowest. That's how the chart is organized. You can see East Troy approximately in the middle there. So many other districts kind of face a similar scenario where they have more open enrollment out than open enroll in. And it's a challenge for all these districts. And of course, as we talked about, increasing enrollment and looking at ways to do that, we'll discuss that with our administration team.
How does Delavan survive? So many
Yeah. If they have lower property values, they could get more aid.
And Elkhorn, why does Elkhorn have a huge open enrollment in, and very,
Yeah, they're one of the larger districts. Yes, I did. Yeah, I pulled some data on Elkhorn. In this model, the farthest I could go back is 2017. At that point, their open enrollment in was growing, and it just kept growing and pretty much doubled between 2017 when I could pull to the 2022. So it really it was already increasing from as far back as I could pull. And I also pulled the referendum history, and there were several years there, not lately, but in the 2020s where they had passed several referendums, a few recurring referendums, several capital referendums, so that may, they were able to do the things to attract the families possibly to have.
So some people, I've even had somebody say, like, well, it's what numbers written down. You didn't do the first part. Students are usually in the district, basically in the district. So I'm not saying this is a big hybrid, but there's a benefit to having had a decade of successful referendums that build up that record.
you think that Elkhorn has anything different than East Troy has?
We're actually gonna look at it. And that was one of the things that when Amy and I were looking at this, we said we were gonna look into some things on the programming side of this. And I'm not dismissing that. We're looking. I think, but I do think location, and I think but I think location, I do think the sustainability of having a decade plus of successful referendums, 15, 20 years, help to build that momentum for that. And it won't just, that won't flip, it will be better than the district, right? I'm not wishing ill will on any other district, same, right? That's something that in our district, that's what we're trying to establish, right? We've had some stability and sustainability now, right? Two successful capitals, we've got an operation, but you have to keep building that momentum in order, and then in time, people will have more confidence in the district too, about its sustainability, and then again, people don't usually leave one thing.
Yeah. What do you think? You say location. How do you feel that their location is better than East Troy's location?
Anybody goes by that wants some of the township things that we have, they're not far enough away. I don't even think that
Okay, so that's something that we can look into. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Maquanigo the same way.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
Maquanigo has more in than out. East Troy has more out than in. Port Atkinson, just Whitewater, same way. Burlington, same way. Palmyra, Eagle. Well,
You're saying the same way you're saying the policy.
yeah.
Yeah, I doubt it's one or two things that
Yeah, that's usually the hard part. It's not an easy solution or one quick fix. It's to look.
we never put on the roof.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then on page 43.
And you just don't know. I mean, I don't need it, right? It could be, it's a multitude of so many things. We definitely are going to look into certain things, but it could be a multitude. And here's the other thing is, there could be a different issue occurring in that district that we're talking about if the referendum sooner or later get passed, right? And that could be based, I don't know, I'm not in the district and doing a survey, but that could be based upon maybe some past referendum that people are like, well, you asked for that, we weren't sure if you needed it, and now you're asking for this and feeling the need to support that, right? Like, there's probably conflicting views. So, and those things can over time, right, as we know, those things over time can cause an issue, right? You could have maybe staff turnover start happening, you could have programming that has to be cut because of it, so over time, those things could result, so you might be looking at it like, well, it doesn't look like it's affecting open enrollment. It could affect your overall enrollment, and it could affect other things such as staffing, right? So those things can all start to, it's harder to build than take down, right? So you have to be very, I think there's a balancing act. I'm sure they're nervous about that, whether we get successful.
Well, I think that as we dig into this a little more and get more knowledge of what's going on, we're going to learn more. When we learn more, then we know more action to take. That's what I'm thinking. You know, just saying it just makes common sense. McQuanigo, Elkhorn.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to throw out a really quick example, a few years ago, when we were looking to add, I think it was reading interventionists, they were one of the districts that we use as a comparable from a standpoint of showing, like, at that time we had one.
Yeah.
And I believe they had 6 or something. I mean, I'm not, right? So again, you might say, well, that's just one. That's where I'm going with what Aaron said, right? That's just one thing. But if somebody were to say, well, achievement must be one of, let's just say, right, on a report, well, maybe. And then they were to say, well, their middle school achievement's higher than our middle school. Okay, well, now you got to look at a plethora of things, right? Like,
yeah.
Wow, isn't it interesting that their middle school had how many X number of reading interventionists?
Yeah.
And we had 1.
Yeah.
And so my point is, I think it is important for us to look at things like that. I agree. The question is, when it comes to our attention, are we going to use it?
Well, that's what we got to look at. You know,
And there's a challenge.
I mean, because at the end of the day, we were looking at what, $2 million that we're losing just on the numbers, and $2 million will buy you a lot of teacher interventionalists and a lot of things.
I'll go back to what I said last week.
I'm just saying.
Right? And it's not me trying to be the best. But I'll go back to what I said last week. You're assuming that the thing that we're going to address for action is going to flip the number. Flip that number. Because when you say 2 million, you're flipping the whole number.
I got it. I know that.
Right?
Yeah.
And my point is, until you know the investment you're going to put in is at least going to be a break even, we can't afford, almost to a degree, to be running up our structural deficit more, not knowing
Right.
the positive return.
Right. I understand that.
Yeah. No, I know you do. I'm just saying. Right?
Kind of rehashing what we talked through last meeting about slide 42.
Yes, if we can. Again, this, you've seen similar charts in the annual meeting, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. You can pull data from different sources. I just like to say that it's a point in time, and some data uses FTEs, some data uses student count. Students move in and out throughout the year. So if you look at numbers that you get from a certain source, they may be slightly different. I generally pull actual students, not FTEs, so the actual student count from the 3rd Friday in September. So that's why if you compare different data sources, numbers may be slightly different. And I did really try to drill down into the data. If you look on page 44 and 45.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And looked at each grade, their open enrollment in on this first page and what the counts were, and then I put in a cohort or school change, so I'd take like K4, did the number increase or decrease when they moved to K5. And really the numbers I found, I couldn't see any really set pattern, like students were coming in at this grade or leaving at this grade, other than, of course, students start in K4, and like Dr. Himner says, they may be likely to stay then their total career. And I was talking to Lindsay before, we do try to do reach out to families even before 4K, like there's a play and stay group, there's the preschool, 3-year-old, what do you call it, like the 2 days a week, that the birth to 3 programs as well. So they maintain good relations with the resource center and community center who reach out to the young families as well. So there is a reach out happening with those young families. So there is an effort, and we're aware and doing what we can to reach out and build those relationships with the young families before, they start the 4K program.
Maybe the strategy is that we get the younger families with the younger kids in here and start to build that relationship and get them into the district. And maybe childcare. Maybe that's part of the formula. I don't know. Or maybe offering something else that the other schools are not offering to get the students to come in. And once you get them here, then build on that education that they don't leave.
Yeah.
No, it's just a strategy that maybe we talk about.
Yeah, that's good points, Dale.
We're gonna spend a lot of time
Solve the problem. Yeah.
I mean, here,
we're not just gonna report on it.
I don't want this to come across negative, but here's the takeaway I saw from looking at the data, and I would love to workshop a little bit. The enrollment out really doesn't look that different at any level except at the high school. The number has almost doubled since 2017, 2018. So even the middle school that I think by and large people would say has its issues, the middle school numbers out are, almost exactly the same for 8 years. So to me, the high school is the place to kind of focus on because that's where the biggest change has happened. And some of those things may not even be things we want to change or, want to address, have the means to address, or the desire to address. Who knows? But if we can see the pattern, that helps us make decisions about what we try to sustain versus potentially things that, get sunset or do get adjusted, right? To me, that's when I talk to people, it's like I only want my kids at a school this size because of all of the opportunity, right? So to me, that's all very attractive qualities of the school, but the numbers don't necessarily support that, and I don't know exactly why. On the inside?
On the ends.
Mm-hmm.
Like ninth grade is being counted in the middle school. Like that.
Yeah, that's correct. It's the rows input.
We need to shift that.
Yes.
So we're getting an accurate data for high school and middle school.
Correct.
And I don't know if anybody else has other takeaways, but that's what I would want to workshop, and happy to participate. Better understand because those numbers have gone up the most in my read.
It is the largest area.
It's probably not just Elkhorn's pool, I'm guessing, but maybe.
All right. Go ahead.
I'm curious. I was curious not to see Kettle Moraine on there, just because I know that's where high school people.
This seems to be just our immediate neighbors, kind of, right? I don't know.
Palmyra,
Well, I guess it's not.
Yeah.
Waterford too.
I don't even know to come back to the meeting, but I'm curious to see.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get you that data.
Thank you for pulling that.
Yes, thank you.
I wonder if we do we know where, for example, Elkhorn's enrollment in, where are their numbers? Are they coming in at high school? Are they coming in grade school? Where are they coming in from? Would we be able to know that or not?
Off the top of my head, I don't know a resource the public resource that I could get that data, but I could definitely check and see.
I know I was going to say their virtual school has got to be part of their equation. Mhm.
Any other
Just-
comments,
no.
questions? Okay. We'll go to the salary subcommittee report.
All right. So the salary subcommittee has the members of Adam and Steve, and we met, was it earlier last week? Last Monday. Would Adam or Steve, would you like to report out on the salary subcommittee?
Sure. I'll take the first part. We started talking about, we got some data from the team about where East Troy in general lies on the salary trend line compared to many other, they gathered a lot of data from a lot of surrounding districts, some of the same as the open enrollment, but even above and beyond, and showed sort of the trend line. That we are below the average of the pool that was selected. There were only a handful that were below, so we discussed that and discussed potential strategies to try to look at that. Not necessarily one of them was closing the gap, but looking at maybe a total compensation study of how our salary plus benefits apply. Some of the things that don't necessarily show up on the your paycheck, your take-home pay, because those between medical and dental and retirement benefits and other various other fringe options. We talked about trying to get some data to support that from not only our picture, but if there was any resources they could find for the other surrounding districts as well. Obviously, with an eye towards this being public data, anybody can access it, and if a teacher's looking for different options, they can look at that and make their decision. We also looked at keeping that priority of the healthy organizational culture and workforce stability, again looking towards being able to attract and retain quality staff. Steve, did you have anything else that we should cover?
We just thought it was, if you looked at the chart, which anybody can look at it, the disparity is about $5,000 compensation. That's just pay, it's not salaries and benefits, and it does get greater as the years of experience increase. So we looked at ways to try to reflect that line or bring that line up. You do the calculations, in order for us to get to the average, we paid every staff an additional $5,000, you would get $800 per hour expense to bring us up to average. So I'm not sure how we, obviously that's not something we can do in one step, but maybe there's a process we can develop to close that gap over a number of years. Like Adam said, I think it's important to look at the total compensation because that might change this drastically from just salary. So it would be great to see that information out. It's not a 1 year.
I was just thinking as Adam was talking to Steve too. I'm not trying to think of any curveballs, so, but another thing that we looked at maybe from a standpoint of the compensation looking at it, and that is do they have, because we're looking at the average standpoint of over a longevity time, and that would be, I'd be curious if they have any other supplemental bonuses that must get district to that. If they don't, then you have to look at, okay, well, that is just it. That's it. Where in some districts, right, there's some lower enhancement, most of it. Those something are factored in, it changes the average.
We did talk about that, but I think we can't track that at another district.
But you can at least know from a policy standpoint, maybe or something in practice, do they have the opportunity of moving something there? I know it doesn't get applied to everything, but some.
Anything else on the subcommittee?
Thank you.
And
Compensation plan development.
yes, I can talk a little bit more about that. So myself, Kirsten, and Taylor, we have been meeting at least once a week, sometimes more. Looking at a lot of data on compensation. We talked to several companies who do compensation studies, which is very insightful to see what data they gather, even gave us some good tips. We also talked to CISA 5 several times. They have worked with several districts around the state. So they have some ideas on salary schedules. And we're looking for a salary schedule that's, of course, sustainable, as well as one that can be easily understood by all staff members where they fall on the salary schedule, etc. And so we're just gathering a lot of information, meeting, a few times a week, and that's where we are now. And we have decided to use CISA 5 with some help. It takes a lot of time to go through all this data, especially if you break it down to individual, and each category of teachers or certified staff, or even looking at support staff. So CISA 5 can help us kind of organize the data and give us some suggestions and do some of the technical work for us. So we look forward to that. We hope in September to have some focus group with teachers. We've also reached out to other districts to see if they'll share their salary schedules with us. So really gathering a lot of data, and we just hope to move forward and hopefully have a finalized, at least some options by October to bring to the full board. Do you have anything to add, Kirsten or Taylor?
I would just add that as we met with companies, the cost to support this process ranged widely. And CISA 5 both was super responsive, very knowledgeable about Wisconsin-based, salaries and benefits, and was the most cost efficient for us to work with.
Yeah, it was definitely a win. I will say that I think, meeting with the board and as we move forward in this, we're really hoping that our staff hear, that we hear them, that we recognize from staff's feedback surveys and opportunities when we meet, that we understand that compensation and salary is a huge component. And so even just having the conversations and hearing from you and our team, we're really excited that even if there isn't something that our staff can recognize, that we're hearing their concerns and hopefully can find a solution moving forward.
All right, thank you. And we've got no more reports, correct? And so that gets us to policy review and development. Second reading of Neola policies, the 2000s programming.
Yeah, so it's the second reading. If anybody's got suggestions, questions, feel free to email myself. I'll get it to the appropriate people, as a lot of different eyes have been on these policies. Due to the fact different eyes have to be on the policies based upon what the policies are involving, in this case programming. So a heavy emphasis has been by Amy F. and Taylor and Amanda. Kirsten's looked over these a little bit on this one, not as much on the human resource in programming as much, but a heavy emphasis by Amy and Taylor, and then some area by Amanda. So if you've got any suggestions, I know Kevin had reached out and I really appreciate it. His question was on 2510, which was the adoption of textbooks. He had brought up the question in regards to, and I think it's a very good suggestion, in the first part of the adoption of textbooks, which is on page 128 if you're looking for it. The board shall approve, that word shall and everything. So legally, the board is responsible for textbook and instructional materials, because you're responsible for the curriculum, right? But you can obviously assign and delegate that, and our current policy does. And so one of the things we will do on this policy, due to the fact I agree 100%, and that is revising that for a delegation. And so we'll use that terminology from our current policy about the legal responsibility still is with the board, but they're delegating it, and we will put that verbiage in there so you have that for the next reading and everything. And then the other thing too that we would do is later on it talks about the district administrator shall be responsible for the selection recommendation. Obviously, I think we need to, we've been doing that in all the other policies, been putting his or her designee, too, right? So we will add that. That way the appropriate person or persons who are the designee can be the ones approving it, recommending it, and then obviously just reporting it out to all of you, right? So you have always the reporting out. So we'll make sure to make those changes and put those in to place. So we'll probably be using a lot of our current language to update this language on that one.
All right, second reading of policy 546, expectation of continuation.
This is going to be on the last page of your packet, so page 139. So this is just the same as last time with no revisions other than the fact I spelled the word employment wrong in the title. That has been fixed. But essentially this is just explaining that at the end of the school year, staff that are not contracted would receive a letter per the state statute as it relates to Wisconsin unemployment laws, that they would get a reasonable assurance letter that states that they would be expected or have continued employment into the next school year. So essentially we are looking to align practice and policy along with the state statute.
Thank you. And first reading of policy 461, academic excellence higher education scholarship program and technical excellence scholarship program.
So I talked about this previously. The language of this policy also used to live in a previous policy around high school grading. We removed it from there, and this is the policy where it now lives. So there's a few updates here. Some of it is really just language updates, making sure that our language really aligns to both state statute and to our trimester system, just clarity. These are all processes we've done in alignment with state statute, but the updates are really just around language to make sure that it's clear in the policy how our practice goes to determine the winners of these two scholarships. So the first scholarship is the Academic Excellence Scholarship. As you can see, this is assigned based on GPA. It's viewed at the end of the 10th trimester. GPA is the primary criteria for this scholarship. However, we often have multiple students with a 4.0 GPA, which is excellent. Therefore, we are responsible per state statute to develop tie-breaking procedures. So our first tie-breaking procedure is their ACT score. So students' ACT score is used to determine first tie-break. We do often, as again, really great problem to have multiple students with very high ACT scores. And so we haven't faced instances of continued ties. The second tie-breaking procedure, we added some language to just clarify when we're looking at law day credits. So we've always looked at the amount of law day credits students have earned, but we're really just adding language to clarify when we're looking at law day credits, because of when, again, at the end of the 10th trimester, which is their first trimester of their senior year, we are looking at their transcript in order to calculate this. The rest of the tie-breaking procedures remain the same, which is essentially essay on why they should win the scholarship. The Technical Excellence Scholarship much stays the same. It's really updates to the language around trimesters. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know there's a lot of kind of technical language because a lot of it comes straight from state statute.
All right, thank you. Communications and announcements. I don't see anything here. Board of Education, any future items for board members?
I'm just wondering whether, based on our conversation we just had, do you want to meet with a couple of us, maybe like Anna and myself, and if you discover some things?
Regarding open enrollment?
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea. I'm in the middle of year end right now and our audit as well as the compensation group. An excellent idea.
Is it something maybe that Christine or somebody else could kind of look into? I don't know, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, the pauses, but I think give us a little time as an administrative group with some other individuals at the table too, to talk about like, okay, so what's the process to be done, right? Not the solutions, the process. And then from there we can, I think, get moving on whatever the process is that everyone feels is necessary, right?
You want to have a meeting about that when you think you've got some information, or?
Yeah.
Why don't you, I'd be interested. Anna has interest in it.
Nope.
We have some, we have programming content that we have been working on.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we just have to gather some of the stuff too. Like we already talked about some of the things we would like to try to look into a little bit to know a little difference of a couple of the districts, right? Whether or not we can find out or not, it's a different
Right.
story.
I mean, it kind of falls in that, you know, our goals and our plan and our future. A lot of
No, there's no doubt
you know,
about
we're
it.
in this. We're in this web that we're all connected together with
Yeah.
a lot of different things.
No, there's no doubt about it. It's, you know, and we're not putting it on a shelf. We're trying to actually figure out, we were just talking about that, we're trying to figure out how we're gonna get to it. Yeah. But we're not saying we're not putting it on a shelf.
Right, I know,
We're trying to navigate when we can get to it. And
Yeah.
we're not, again, we recognize the importance of getting to it, just navigating getting to it.
Right. So when you're ready, I'm available.
Yep.
Anna will be available.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd absolutely like to do that. I mean, I know at least until October, you know, lots of initiatives already in the works. If it's just simply like adding Kettle Moraine to that chart, I could do that fairly quickly and send it out to you.
I was gonna say, don't, so I already know they've got a big open enrollment, and my curiosity is more, are we losing students to them? But that's.
I think I might have that too, which
Yeah,
all our
I'm
open
probably more curious.
You'd like to
who
know
are we
where they're
losing
going.
Students to? Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're going to, anecdotally, if they're going to Kettle Moraine, I think it's for academics. If they're going to like Quantico or Elkhorn, maybe more athletics. So, especially at the high school level, I'm thinking we're losing students to these schools.
So, you know, and based upon the quick emphasis on the high school, right? Not that we shouldn't, but because we have that broken down from a district lens already, but we can also look at it. I think we'll try to look at it more from the high school level right immediately and say, okay, from the high school level, where are we losing?
The student has a choice of where
Right.
they want to go.
Yes.
And it's
Right.
new, it's
Because
new opt-outs versus the ones that are carried over
yeah.
from
So we'll let us put some time.
Put that on the radar, the
You
analysis.
bet. Let us put some time on the analysis at the high school level to where they're going. You bet. Yeah.
All right, no executive session tonight, so I'll make a motion to adjourn. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.